أصحاب السعادة، الضيوف الكرام، السيدات والسادة، ندعوكم للجلوس في مقاعدكم. الجلسة التالية على وشك البدء. يرجى تحويل أجهزتكم المحمولة إلى الوضع الصامت، وشكرا.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session in the Al Wafa Theatre is about to begin. Please take your seats and ensure that your mobile devices are switched to silent.
Good morning, everyone, Your Excellencies, colleagues. It is my absolute pleasure today to welcome you to the very special spotlight session on investing in health for today and tomorrow, organized by the COP28 UAE presidency. Thank you so much for joining us at this very important session that will focus on centering and protecting the health and well-being of children and young people at the heart of climate action. I'm Omnaya Al-Omrani. I'm a medical doctor, and I'm also the first presidential youth envoy for COP27 president and one of the COP28 health envoys. And I'm very honored to be moderating our session today. And it's very important to highlight. For me, 4 years ago was my first COP in Katowice, and I was part of the beautiful health community where we thought that the first ever health day was only a distant hope to happen at COP. And for the first time in 28 years, the COP28 presidency had dedicated a day for health. Not only did the day witness the declaration of COP28 UAE Declaration on Climate and Health that was signed by more than 130 countries, it also announced the mobilization of 1 billion for health and climate change for the first time in history. We know that climate change is increasing the risk of climate-related impacts on the health and well-being, particularly and disproportionately on children and young people. 90% of environment-related diseases lead to the mortality and morbidity of children under the age of 5. We also know the compounding impacts of climate change on children in terms of accessing their education, the healthcare services that they need. And at the same time, more than 70% of young people in 10 countries are worried about climate change, and 45% are unable to do their daily functioning. And according to UNICEF, more than 1 billion children and young people around the world are living at extremely high risk of climate-related impacts. And 98% of children and young people in Africa, in particular, are living under extremely high risk of climate-related impacts, while we are seeing less than 2.4% of global climate finance going into child-responsive measures that address the detrimental impacts of climate change on the health and well-being of children and young people. And this is why collectively we must call for the urgent transition away from fossil fuel. We can also call for increasing global climate finance for adaptation, for the empowerment of children and young people to adapt and to cope with the impacts of climate change on their health and well-being. And the community of healthcare professionals, which I'm part of and very proud to, have been coming to COP for many years, calling for centering health and well-being at the heart of climate discussions and climate action. We came to voice a clear message that the climate crisis is a health crisis. It is the single biggest threat to our health of the 21st century. But this year is different. This year is special because we have been heard. The COP28 presidency has placed health front and center of the climate agenda. And we know that not only climate change is a risk multiplier for our health, it is an opportunity multiplier. It is an opportunity to center and to improve the health and well-being of my generation and the generations to come. And health systems play a crucial role in our global response to climate change. Health systems, as well as the healthcare professionals, are the first-line responders to the impacts of climate change. And we must ensure that we, as well as our workplace, our healthcare system, is properly equipped with the right political will and financial levers in order to respond, to anticipate, to treat climate-related impacts on the health of our patients and our community. And we also know that the compounding risks of climate change are affecting the most marginalized communities the most, who are bearing the impacts of climate change on their health, but also on their basic access to the needs. And this also leads to a major cause of poverty. And many of them are deeply affected and remain marginalized from the solutions and the discussions. And yet this COP is proving to be the most inclusive COP. And today, on a very important and a special day for me, which is the Youth, Children, Education and Skills Day, we are organizing this session to center the health and well-being of children and young people, to ensure that it is safeguarded now and in the future. And through the work of Her Excellency Shaima Al-Mazrouri, the Youth Climate Champion of the UAE, her distinguished leadership together with her incredible team, we can see how the COP presidency has pushed the needle historically on mainstreaming children and youth voices front and center in the climate negotiations, and being the position within the higher COP leadership to mobilize substantial children and youth outcomes at the political level and on the implementation level. But we know that we urgently need to scale up the financing that is needed for the health of children and young people. And we need to be not just ambitious, but we need to be just, and we need to center health equity and intergenerational justice at the heart of the climate discussions. It is far from optional for us to do that. And the science shows that the worst climate disasters are going to affect children and young people because simply we are going to inherit a world that we did not create. And it is important, and now is the time to change that. So to begin our session this morning, it gives me an absolute honor of inviting our keynote speaker, His Excellency Sheikh Shakbout bin Nahyan Al Nahyan, Minister of State from the UAE Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Your Excellency, the floor is yours. كله تمام.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, good morning to you all. It's a pleasure to be here with you today on COP28 Youth Day and to see such emphasis on youth voices and ambitions as we work together to build a more sustainable tomorrow. The UAE believes in the transformative power and potential youth. We believe and we see that we can be achieved when the ideas of children and young people are unleashed. Nowhere is this more in evidence than in Africa. Today, more than 60% of Africa's population is under the age of 25. And by 2030, young people in Africa will account for 42% of global youth. These are the leaders of tomorrow, innovators and entrepreneurs of tomorrow, the game changers and world shapers of the continent's future. Yet, this future depends on ensuring Africa's youth have access to quality healthcare, education, and skills today. Africa's young people are heavily impacted by climate change. This year alone, Africa has seen more than 20 flooding events. These extreme weather events are destroying homes and critical healthcare infrastructure and causing outbreaks of infectious diseases. At the same time, climate change-induced crises are affecting access to education and other critical social services, while also devastating African economies, just as more young people are entering the workforce. A recent UNICEF report highlights that children in 98% of African countries are at extremely risk of these impacts of climate change on their health and well-being, and learning as well. Yet, only 2.4% of global climate funding targets children. Young people in Africa have the potential to supercharge the continent's growth. Imagine what they could achieve if we took a deliberate approach to investing in their well-being and intellect. The UAE is committed to supporting the youth in Africa, and we believe in their potential to deliver transformative change when empowered to do so. This brings with access to quality education. The UAE has worked with multiple African nations to improve education pathways, understanding that education is the key to driving innovation and inclusive progress. Through the Khalifa Fund for Enterprise Development, the UAE has driven an excess of $250 million into supporting young entrepreneurs and youth-led small businesses across the continent. These are youth who will not only help harness Africa's greatest economic opportunities, but will create more benefiting generations to come. At COP28, African youth have also taken their seat at the table. With 30 young people selected to take part in COP28 Youth Climate Delegate Program, the program unprecedented focus on capacity building and meaningful youth input at key climate events throughout the year ensure its effective and effect will live long beyond the close of COP. And in the UAE, where Reaching the Last Mile initiative is partnering with governments, international philanthropists, and NGOs to shrink the burden of infectious diseases such as malaria, neglected tropical diseases, and ensuring a healthier and a safer future for children and youth. The UAE also recognizes that it has never been more urgent to invest in the health of young people in Africa to ensure they have the opportunity to thrive. When health improves, life improves. It is because of this, it gives me great pleasure to announce, with the directions of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, President of the United Arab Emirates, a new $220 million health package to help drive better health outcomes for African youth. Working together with country governments, the UAE's investment will help to build stronger and more climate-resilient health systems to children in Africa, supporting access to essential care and ensure no communities are left behind. By investing in youth, we can unlock the potential of millions of young people across Africa and ensure a brighter tomorrow. By providing these essential building blocks, health education, economic opportunities, we are ensuring that they will and can build the future for themselves, their communities, and their countries. I thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, and for announcing the significant commitment, which is absolutely inspiring for the empowerment as well as centering the health, particularly of young people in Africa. It is truly an honor to witness that, so thank you again. Now we will be joined by two inspiring speakers that I'm very excited to introduce. We have with us Deborah Mukunva, the COP28 Youth Delegate from Rwanda. We'd like to join you on the stage. And we have Dauda Sham, the COP28 delegate from the Gambia. Both Deborah and Dauda are part of the International Youth Climate Delegate Program that has fully funded 100 young people from over 63 countries to participate at COP28 and other key climate events throughout the year, led by the COP28 Youth Climate Champion, Her Excellency Shaima, and the COP28 presidency. So I'm very thrilled to be in this conversation with you today after this amazing announcement and significant commitment that we are seeing. So I will start with you, Deborah. So I would love to know from you, and very briefly, how climate change is affecting the health of your community, particularly children and young people. What are you seeing? But also, what are the needs that we need to have in order, at the political level, needs to be changed?
Impressive. Thank you very much for having me, and I very much recognize that the minister himself did share quite the highlights about what the reality is, and it's not different. I come from Rwanda, which is a small country in the East African region, and we are not privileged to have quite massive natural resources. So our economy relies on agriculture and subsistence, farming from the locals. And why am I saying this? This might not be the issue, but the extent to which climate change is happening, then this means drought. This comes with the erratical rainfall patterns, which means then reduced to the agriculture production. And this affects how much then the country can sustain itself, and it exacerbates the malnutrition. We are talking of water scarcity. And it's not that these things haven't been happening already, it has been there, but the fact that now climate change is very fast-paced, and the country, not only in Africa, but also, not only in Rwanda, but also in the African and other part of the region, we are not ready to the pace of which climate is happening. And this becomes a threat, and we can see that not only youth, given that it's the largest population, are being affected, but also older people, and it's actually affecting all aspects of how we function as a country, but also as a continent. Be it in health, be it in education, be it in the political sphere, anywhere, it's affecting us equally. And I consider climate change to be one of the ingredients in this climate crisis, among many other things that we are dealing with, be it the political stability that is mostly in different parts of the world, unemployment. We can also see wars and genocides that are happening in different other parts, not only in Africa. Let's say what's happening in Gaza. All this is a testament of how much young people are being impacted by different causal aspects that are not necessarily they are causing. And I think where now it becomes tricky is how much are they engaged in tackling these challenges? Do they even know what's going on and how much they can adapt to the changing climate? I'm saying this because I'm doing so. We talked about education, and I've already tried to disseminate quite information about climate change using storytelling, and I believe this could be one way of the adaptation strategy. And during this whole COP, I didn't see much financing going this way. So I think if we're talking about health, if we're talking about young people, if we're talking about children, then they need to be involved in such discussions. They need to be where negotiations are happening, not necessarily them being in the room, but then their views, their engagement being incorporated in the policy making and drafting and streamlining of all these negotiations. And lastly, I would like also to highlight and thank the Minister for the investment. I think this is a very crucial part, and this could drive change. Young people are sources of innovations. Young people, they come up with ideas and they see the world a bit different. And I'm sharing all these concerns because I believe that it becomes also so evident on who is paying the cost of all this happening. These are children, these are young people. It's happening today and might even continue in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I couldn't agree more with your insights, and thank you for sharing the amazing work you're doing. It is important to invest in education. It is important to recognize the compounding factors that young people are experiencing, not just the climate crisis, but all the humanitarian and health emergencies that we are seeing, and we are disproportionately shouldering that. So thank you for emphasizing this. And I want to move on to Dauda, and you've heard the powerful intervention led by Deborah in terms of how young people are affected and what are the levers and the political entry points that we need for young people in order to center our health, but also the importance of education. But from your perspective, in order to ensure the health well-being of children, when it comes to investments, where should new investments be directed?
Thank you so much. I'm really honored to be given the opportunity to be part of this platform. But first, I must recognize the UAE for really bringing this topic into discussion. Because like Dr. Omini said, health issues in relation to climate change have been for far too long have been omitted in climate discussions. And these are issues that are really pertinent to us as young people, but as well as the people of Africa, because like my colleague here mentioned, Deborah, Africa is a continent that is really feeling the brunt of these climate catastrophes. And then we contribute less than 5% to the global emissions. So I think it is important that we highlight these things. So in terms of investments, I think there are so many areas that investments could be done. And one of the areas that, in fact, the minister has highlighted is education. Because before we can be able to protect ourselves or talk about health issues, we must really be educated about these issues and what we need to do to be able to protect ourselves. But also another very important thing is early warning systems. I think when it comes to floods and other climate catastrophes, it's because in Africa and other parts of the world, we do not have early warning systems in places which could really prompt people about what would happen in terms of these climate catastrophes. So if more investments could be put into early warning systems, this will really strengthen African countries. Because a very good example could be the COVID-19 pandemic. When it came, even though Africa was not really affected in terms of mortalities or so, but our systems were not very strong, and that is why we could not contain the COVID-19 pandemic. So if we had strong systems in place, that would really have helped. And the other thing would be, I would say, is I always say this, mental health will be our next pandemic if we are not careful. It has been highlighted here, 98% of young people in Africa are under the risk of facing climate change or so. And most of these young people live with what we call eco-anxiety, and that is some of these things that are happening in their communities. Let's say in my country, each year when it is a rainy season, people are always scared. There are communities that are flooded every year when it rains. So when it is about to rain, these people are really scared of what they are going to see. Because in last year, just July, we received one of our heaviest rainfalls. In 34 years, we've not received that, which caused a heavyweight flooding in the greater Banjul area and then affected over 40,000 people in my country. And these stories are the same in other parts of Africa. So you could see how we are really affected and the necessity to put these systems in place. And the other thing probably will be my final is to invest in renewable energy sources, because we know that the fossil fuels that we are using are really causing havoc in our planet. And for us to be able to ensure that we live in a healthy planet with healthy population, we need to really decarbonize our economies and invest more in renewable energy sources. So these are areas that I think investments could be done in terms of promoting health in the face of climate change.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Help me clap together for our two amazing champions. And I couldn't agree more with early warning systems, with mental health, particularly for children and young people, which also takes us to the importance of education and investing in the psychological resilience and the understanding and the empowerment of young people to be the agents of change and to be the co-designers of the future and the health and the current situation that we have. Thank you so much again. And now I would like to move on to the final segment of our session. Another clap for them, please. Thank you. And now to bring our session to a close, I have the honor of inviting His Excellency Mohammed Ber Mahmoud, the Minister of Youth and Sports from Somalia, to deliver his closing remarks.
Bismillah, alhamdulillah, thumma salatu wassalam ala rasulullah. Ma ba'd, Your Excellencies, distinguished COP28 youth delegates, fellow youth advocates, and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. A happy good morning to you all. I stand before you today, not just as a Minister of Youth and Sports, but a concerned parent, dedicated advocate for the well-being of our future generation. We have gathered at COP28 to tackle the defining challenge of our time, the climate crisis. But while the world focused on immediate carbon reduction and mitigation strategies, we must not forget those who stand to be most impacted, which are our children and youth. The health of our children and youth is linked to the health of our planet. Climate change is not an environmental issue. It is a health crisis. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, air and water pollution are already affecting the health and increasing in respiratory illnesses. Heat-related illnesses and mental health challenges among young people directly linked to the climate crisis. We have a moral obligation to act, and acting now, we must invest in protect the health of our children and youth today so they can thrive tomorrow. Investing in youth health is not just a technical imperative, it is an economic necessity. Health, children, and youth are the foundation of a strong, vibrant, and resilient society. They are the future leaders, innovators, and entrepreneurs who will be responsible for tackling the challenge of tomorrow. We must not the climate crisis steal their future. We must invest in their health, empowering them to be agent of change, to build a world where all the children can thrive. Together, let us ensure COP28 is not a summit about climate change, but it's a summit about protecting health and future of our children and youth. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. What a fantastic speech and an inspiring way to close today's session. But before that, we have heard both a message of distress and hope. And I truly believe that together we can embrace the moral imperative of fighting for the health, the mental well-being of our generation and the generations to come. And please remain seated. We are going to start the next session in less than 2 minutes. And finally, happy Youth, Children, Education, and Skills Day. Thank you so much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests and friends, Suprabhat, Sabal Khair, good morning. Thank you for joining us today at the Dubai Youth Climate Dialogue. My name is Bhumi. I am the ACE contact point at Youngo, which is the Children and Youth constituency of UNFCCC.
And my name is Ben. I'm the energy contact point for Youngo. So before we start, a quick question. Can we get a show of hands in the room for who has heard of the Youth Climate Forum?
Well, not too many. Our script works. I told you it will work. Now you can explain them what is Youth Climate Forum.
That is a relief. Thank you, guys.
As we planned.
So, as a reminder, for those of you who are not so familiar with the Youth Climate Forum, the Youth Climate Forum was mandated under paragraph 65 of the Glasgow Climate Pact at COP26. And it invites future presidencies of the Conference of the Parties to arrange annual dialogues between youth and parties.
We ran 2 forums last year at COP27, but everyone wanted more and we listened. So we expanded to run 8 sessions on thematic days during the week 1, covering mitigation, adaptation, and implementation topics. These sessions were informed by the collective youth demands outlined in the Global Youth Statement, which was presented at the 18th Conference of Youth, also known as COP28.
Now, today's flagship youth event synthesizes the discussions from those thematic forums in week 1, and it invites politicians and negotiators to listen to the youth, consider their perspectives, and ultimately commit to meaningful progress.
Yes, commit is the word we want to emphasize here. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Amelia to talk about the Global Youth Statement and Mashkur to talk about the Children and Youth Pavilion to the stage. Amelia and Mashkur, please.
Distinguished guests, delegates, thank you so much for coming today. My name is Amelia, and I will be speaking here about the Global Youth Statement, which is the key policy document which we have made as a result of 770,000 inputs from around the world from over 150 countries. So the Global Youth Statement was created through a series of different events, including hackathons, where young people were able to talk about the main events and the main discussions which they were really passionate about. But it also allowed us to discuss some of the major topics which are not a part of the negotiation tracks. So throughout the Global Youth Statement, we had hackathons, but we also had local conferences of youth. This year, over 100 local conferences of youth and 9 regional conferences of youth, which allowed young people from all around the world to be a part of the discussions, to tell us what they thought was relevant to their own areas, but also what they thought was relevant to everyone around the world. So while we're not able to necessarily reach every single young person around the world who would like to be a part of the climate movement, the Global Youth Statement is able to synthesize the demands of all sorts of young people. So while we might not necessarily have the ability to bring everybody to a COP itself, the Global Youth Statement is an excellent example of how we are able to get young people to show their interests by themselves without necessarily having to discuss in person in online forums. The Youth Climate Forums are an opportunity for young people who are present at a COP to showcase the demands of these people from all around the world. But today's event is also looking at what can young people do and what can the negotiators and the parties in the room today promise to young people. So we as young people have created these demands in Arabic, Spanish, French, English, and in a child-friendly version to be able to show young people what we really care about and to show the audience as well why we are here. So please have a look at the Global Youth Statement. We have presented the Global Youth Statement during the 18th Conference of Youth and to world leaders while we have been here throughout our time. But the Global Youth Statement should not only be used at this COP, it should be used as a general mechanism to be able to look at what young people would like to do and to show world leaders that what what we want is not large demands. All we want is what is right for climate justice, and all that we want to see is real action happening now rather than when it is too late. So thank you so much, everyone, and I'm going to pass to Mashka, who will talk about the Children and Youth Pavilion.
Thank you so much, Amelia. Before we start, I would like to ask by raise of hands, how many people here are under the age of 35? Just raise your hands up. That's great. Unfortunately, we don't see this number of youth at the day-to-day COP negotiations here and at previous COPs. Despite our continuous calls for ambitious climate action, children and youth are largely absent from climate discussions, commitments, and policy making. Parties must protect our interests immediately by placing the voices of children and youth at the center of all levels of climate change decision-making. For the first time at the COP, there was a Children and Youth Pavilion at COP27 in Egypt, a pavilion by youth, for youth. The pavilion represents a space for children and young climate champions, professionals, and activists to engage with each other, decision makers, influential stakeholders, in talks, policy briefings, and networking events. Here at COP28, the Children and Youth Pavilion, comprising 21 youth-led entities and 6 institutional partners, is hosting over 140 children and youth-led sessions, engaging children activities, regional networking events to exchange and collaborate, as well as dialogues with high-level speakers. We also have daily policy briefings that informs youths who are here at COP and those who are at home and don't have access to COP to know what's happening in the daily negotiations. The Children and Youth Pavilion amplifies the voices of children and youth and drives action on global climate policies, vital to securing our future. We call on parties and stakeholders to commit to supporting children and youth, such as through a Children and Youth Pavilion in all the upcoming COPs. It is also worthy of note that the representatives of all these youth entities are contributing their efforts on a voluntary basis. Thus, it is pertinent that a separate budget be made to compensate them for their work. Today, children and youth finally have a space they can call their own at COP28. We are united. We are here. We matter. We are making changes in our communities at the grassroots level. It is high time that you trust us with resources and spaces in decision-making processes to contribute to the change that we want to see. Let us all come together now and make the change we want to make. Join us and let's make COP more inclusive for children and youth around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Amelia and Mashko. Certainly, if Yango can do it, so can the world leaders sitting in the audience. Or should I say, if Yango can do it, so can the old go. But we don't want old people to go. We just want them to guide us and create space for us. It is time for change. It is time for a UN where youth is sitting on the decision-making tables and is taken seriously. But it is also time for our high-level panel. So without further ado, I would like to invite the speakers for our panel on the stage, starting with Ella, who will be speaking on mitigation. Ella, please. Dr. Felipe, Assistant Secretary General to the United Nations. Kello, who will be speaking on implementation. Lisa, who will be speaking on adaptation. And the chair of G77, His Excellency Pedro Pedroso. So we will start with the youth speakers first before handing it over to the high-level speakers, because we want to listen to the youth demands and we want to see if the world leaders sitting here with us can commit to our demands. Starting with Ella.
Thank you, Bhumi. Let me start off by saying that I am very privileged to be here with you on stage today, as many others aren't. So I want to acknowledge all the empowered young communities that are unable to join us in these spaces. Young people all over the world have showcased that youth involvement does make a difference. They have mobilized through local conferences of youth. They have contributed through the local stocktakes, which substantially informs the global stocktake process. Although a decision on the GST hasn't been decided upon yet, we do know that NDCs haven't lived up to the decisions made under the Paris Agreement. That's why, within the GYS, the Global Youth Statement, we explicitly call for more ambition that protects all vulnerable and young communities that do not have the privilege to be here with us today. It is for them that parties must significantly raise their mitigation ambitions to limit global temperatures to 1.5 degrees. This includes an ambitious mitigation work program that translates into local implementation and global dialogues that are informed by NDC-based needs assessment. Thank you. It is for them that we now commit to a just and equitable fossil fuel phase-out that is formalized in the GST process. It is an imperative that we take meaningful action and accountability for our exploitative practices so far. This includes at least the tripling of renewables capacity, the doubling of energy efficiency improvements, and cuts to methane emissions by 45% until 2030. Further, as proposed by the IEA, we demand a global moratorium on new fossil fuel production infrastructure and a halt to all fossil fuel supply-side subsidies. While the global stocktake process is a necessary process, its rare frequency is unfit to address the urgency of the energy transition and the climate emergency. Multilateral energy governance needs to shift away from voluntary pledges and fragmented structures to a streamlined process where parties can be held accountable by civil society, including youth. Therefore, we call for a dedicated energy negotiation track under the UNFCCC, so within COPs of the future, that streamlines processes and merges financial and technological mechanisms to really hold parties accountable. This negotiation track would reflect the urgency of the matter and involve key stakeholder engagement. Youth trust you with our future, so we urge you to mitigate ambitiously. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ella. Similarly, I also want to stress that the messages conveyed here are the relentless, unpaid, and voluntary work of many young people aiming to make a difference for our shared future. On adaptation, we, of course, are pleased about the Loss and Damage Fund. As soon as first communities have received support and we can see that the fund works, we need, however, many more and many more diverse sources. Billions need to become trillions. We recognize that L&D may not be a substitute on the adaptation fund payments, which still need to get to a minimum of 300 million. We further believe that the goal on adaptation needs to be cited this COP. It's overdue. We need action now. In contrast to other types of crisis, the climate crisis can scientifically be studied and forecasted. We call on you to use this luxury and to plan the safeguarding of human health, rights, and migration. We urge you to ensure intergenerational climate justice, not only because we deserve it, but because we need it. People will be forced to leave their homes, and there will be migration movements, young people whose dreams and aspirations can only be to survive until next year's, while for others, it might just be next year's COP. Particularly vulnerable are children. Effects of traumas and malnutrition last their whole lifetime. Talking on food and malnutrition, we want to express our disappointment over the recent results of the Sharm el-Sheikh joint work on implementation of climate action in agriculture and food security. We want to remind you of the urgency of water and food security, which is not reflected in the negotiations. As we move forward, we hope that food systems will be a focal point in the global stocktake on mitigation and in adaptation. Recognizing that food systems contribute 30% of global emissions, we must address specific issues such as livestock and fertilizer production. The climate crisis can be calculated and planned. We need to ensure resilience and safeguarding. Otherwise, the crisis will backfire at us hopelessly. The Youth Climate Forum stressed the financial support as well as substantive agreements needed. We urge you to increase ambition and to work jointly on adaptation in the global stocktake and the adaptation goal. We need to urge you to increase the ambition to agree jointly and hope that you not only hear us, but that you listen and consider us when you take your decisions. Youth trusts you with our future. We urge you to adapt ambitiously. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to have the pleasure to summarize the key takeaway from the dialogue on implementation, looking specifically on finance and technology. On climate finance, we've had call to rebuild trust in multilateral process after failure to deliver on the $100 billion promise at a time when developing countries face external debt struggle. Providing support for developing countries to raise ambition without undermining poverty reduction is crucial. Yet, there is still no consensus on the way forward on issues like the new collective quantified goal on climate finance, Article 2.1c of the Paris Climate Agreement, and overall means of implementation. We need concrete agreement out of this COP to guide these crucial financial processes. As some rightly noted, climate finance negotiations seem trapped in UNFCCC silos. While feasibility depends on reforms, alignment across institutions like national budget, the WTO, the IMF, and central banks. On technology, there were demands to increase the budget and reach of the citizen to empower more developing countries, especially least developed countries and small island developing states. We targeted technology service and capacity building. Participants also called for strengthening knowledge to policy pathway in developing world through equitable partnership, reverse innovation flow, and integrating localized knowledge to frame solutions in local context. This knowledge exchange can shift interest regime, moving beyond one-directional technology transfer to genuine technology co-development built on equity, inclusion, and exchange of best practices across all countries. There is a need to move beyond the incremental progress that have defined the last 30 years of UNFCCC process towards a truly transformative action, and this involves ending institutional inertia and constraint masquerading as pragmatism. There is a need. We call for an embrace in transformative ambition in finance, technology, and capacity building that funnels support through new channels, apply it against new metrics, and build on localized ingenuity emanating from across geography, and take to heart the communities living on the front line of the climate crisis. The outcome of this COP will be measured in human lives, transformed on ground, and we must mobilize to scale up access to climate finance and technology, leaving no one country behind. The youth trust you with our future, and we urge you to implement ambitiously. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gallo, Ella, and Lisa. The youth trust you with our future, and I trust my panelists with the time. So I hope the high-level speakers can react quickly, because I'm only here to keep the time. So yes, let's hear from Dr. Felipe first.
Esteemed leaders, distinguished participants, good afternoon, buenas tardes para todos. It is my honor to join you here in this youth-led climate forum. I thank the COP presidency, his youth climate champion team, Yango, and UNFCCC for making this forum possible and allowing us to foster dialogue between policymakers and youth. Thank you all, the young people, who have kindly shared the insights from the deliverables of the Youth Forum discussions and as well as the recommendations from the Global Youth Statement. Before arriving at COP, I was made aware that the concrete recommendations that you have presented are not only a reflection of what over 750,000 young people have called for, but also a labor of extensive work that is led by young people voluntarily. This youth-led policy recommendation, as well as the advocacy that young people have mobilized both on the streets and here in COP, is a testament of young people's commitment of safeguarding our future through climate action. I have been privileged to meet many of them in these past days, and it is my hope that the decision makers in this room will be able to follow young people's example in pushing for commitments. Despite youth commitment and leadership in accelerating climate action, the reality is that young people are often still excluded from spaces where decisions are being made. Moreover, young people face the risk of carrying the fight for climate justice on their shoulders without having the support system that will allow them to thrive in their mission. I share your belief that supporting young people with tools, with training, with resources, with financing, and with access to decision-making spaces are essential. The United Nations Secretary General has highlighted it in meaningful youth engagement recommendations and within the UN Youth Strategy. With the recent creation of the first ever UN Youth Office, we will have the opportunity to work together with partners in creating an environment that will allow us to empower the youth and include in decision-making and policy-making processes. We need to ensure that youth participation and engagement are not only made accessible, but also implemented with accountability. This will be essential as we need to build enabling environments that reflects youth-led evidence and insights. I therefore welcome the insights that young people will be soon sharing through the Youth Stocktake. The Youth Stocktake helps us to map out both the opportunities and gaps that exist in youth participation in climate. I therefore confirm the commitment of the Youth Office to work closely not only with UN partners, but also with member states, and most importantly, with youth, to put our best efforts to bring the vision forward. Thank you, and I look forward to working together with and for youth. Thanks.
Thank you. The audience loves to clap. I'm glad. I don't have to ask them for the applaud. But before we move on to His Excellency Pedro, I would like you to share a message with the world. For example, my message to everyone sitting here is, we need ACE Finance. What is yours?
My message is that I'm optimistic on the power these young people are showing in this specific COP and in the whole process. This is my first COP, and I feel your capacity and count with me as a UN official, but especially count with all the UN in order to make more opportunities and to put your voices on the table, which is our mandate. I'm not the representative of young people, you are. And our mandate is to make more spaces for you to represent your voices on the tables.
That was amazing. Thank you so much. Moving on to His Excellency Pedro, how would you react to our youth representatives' demands today?
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really touched and impressed on the demand, and I'm very humble to expect that I can react to all the demands that they have made, which are very bold. The first thing I would have to say is that Glasgow and Climate Change COPs, you did very important strides in those conferences. And I hope that you will continue doing those strides here and continue challenging us, the negotiators, to have not only the best that we need, but the best that we have to give to you, to the youth, because you are the future. I will have to say also that you have to keep that in conformity, because that inconformity is what would allow you ultimately not only to set new states for you, but to continue challenging us. And you have done great, but you have to come out of that conformity and continue. That is the future of the youth, to be permanently in, because that is the only way that you can make things better. You can demonstrate that everything we do, we can do it better, and that everything is also possible if we have the political will behind us. Everything is possible, and youth teach us that. The other thing I wanted to say is that very sadly, we couldn't reach an important agreement on action for climate empowerment. And it's action for climate empowerment for youth, for you, for women, for the most vulnerable. Because if you're not supported with the means, it's very difficult that you can have an impact. It's very difficult that you can accompany government action to do things better. And that was the paper of the G77. You all have addressed the question of financing and support. And the most important thing into that discussion on action for climate empowerment was precisely on support. But unfortunately, some others' delegation were not that keen to take that into account. And that's why we couldn't advance. But we still have an opportunity in the context of the GST to continue pushing for that. And your voice would be very important to continue pushing governments and negotiators ahead. My last appeal to you, before you ask me, and I may have not 35, but to me, age is not a biological thing, it's more a psychological thing. You are privileged because you are here. But think in the thousands of youth outside there who are very far away of this discussion. They are not even aware that this discussion is taking place because they are struggling with the everyday challenges of most of the youth of the South, because they don't have access to education. And if you don't have access to education, you cannot understand this conversation outside here, because they don't have access to health. So I think, to me, the next challenge to you is how you also reach those youth, how you also get them involved into this conversation, which means to do what you can to push government to give access to those youth outside there, to give them the means of support, for them to be able one day to be like you here participating with us and pushing us. Because, I mean, the youth is the source of inspiration, and we all had a start, and we all remember. So you have to continue that fresh push, that fresh commitment, rising always the stakes for governments and for better action and for a better world. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It's amazing to hear that youth can do better, and I really feel the same. I also, on behalf of the ACE Working Group as the contact point and on behalf of Younger, would really like to thank G77 for their support on ACE Finance during the informal consultations. I would really request the developed countries to feel comfortable to talk about finance. Well, I would again ask everyone to give a big round of applause to all our panelists. Thank you so much for joining us today. And now I would like to hand over to my colleague who did not coordinate his outfits with me.
Firstly, I can only apologize for the lack of outfit coordination. I think most of us have rather a lot going on today. Thank you once again to all our wonderful speakers. This dialogue today, the Youth Climate Forums in week 1 and the Global Youth Statement all represent what meaningful youth engagement should look like, not tokenization under the guise of youth inclusion. As our speakers have demonstrated today, meaningful youth engagement involves not only teaching others about our perspectives, but listening and learning, even to those who we might disagree with. And it involves empowering those voices who are not as privileged as us to be here today, and ensuring that they can be provided with access and opportunities for their voices as well. Many of us think of COPs, I'm sure there are many of us here who do, as gatherings of suited career bureaucrats behind closed doors, away from the critical eye of the people whose interests they are supposed to represent, and with little regard for those on the front lines of climate change. But moreover, some people often see climate governance as a top-down system that has been too slow to respond and too self-satisfied with incremental progress, that it neglects the views of other stakeholders, particularly of youth and civil society. We must do all we can to change this. Not only must we change the narrative, but we must change how we work through meaningful action at COPs on the ground. The voices of our generation, as well as civil society more broadly, must be legitimized in the COP process. This, today, is a first step towards this. It's imperative that we do not stop now. These conversations must continue throughout the year, rather than being only picked up in 12 months' time at the next COP, wherever that might be. Now, we do not have the luxury of time to act. If we fail today, we fail the futures of young people all around the world, and the buck will merely be passed on to the next generation. Saying that, I would like to express our gratitude to the COP28 presidency, the UNFCCC, and the brilliant broader Youngo team for their support in convening this Youth Climate Forum and the sessions in week 1. So, without further ado, I would like to welcome Her Excellency Shama Al-Mazuri to the stage.
Your Excellencies, esteemed guests, and fellow young people. As I looked around this room a few sessions back, I saw so many people wearing headphones for translation, and it made me ponder how many languages were represented at COP28. There are, according to Google, around 7,100 languages spoken worldwide, and there may be many more. Our richness as a human nation is enriched only through our ability to embrace this remarkable linguistic diversity, allowing us to view the world through whole new, amazing perspectives. Today, I'm here with the aspiration of introducing one more language to this plethora of linguistic richness. But rest assured, I promise you, it does not require any additional device or translation. It is a language that should be universal, one that we must all speak fluently and engage with effectively and with love and candor. This language has been quietly playing in the background for as long as I can remember. And today, I hope we can bring it up front and center, amplify it so that it can no longer be dismissed. Research shows that sharing the same languages helps us work better and work together and effectively. And I promise you, and I'm certain, this language has the power to unite us in ways we could not have imagined. Today, I stand before you with a simple yet profound message. I'd like to kindly all ask you to change your translation frequency to tune to the language of youth empowerment and youth inclusion as a universal language that all nations must speak and embrace as their own native tongue to ignite meaningful climate action. It is a language that transcends borders, transcends cultures, ideologies, generational gaps, uniting us in a common purpose, the preservation of our fragile planet for generations to come. This is the language that is most spokenly among youth of the world. In a world that seems divided by differences, there is one undeniable truth that matters and that unites us all, this urgency of this crisis. It doesn't matter where we come from, what's our age, what's our background. We all need one common language that bridges the gap between intention and action. How do we ensure the promises made in global boardrooms translate into tangible results on the ground? The answer lies in the power of our young people and the language that they speak so passionately about, the one that refuses to accept empty rhetoric and demands concrete progress and action. And the UAE leadership believes in youth empowerment as a necessity, not a luxury. Earlier this week, we had the Conference of Youth. We had 750,000 young people input into the Global Youth Statement. Talk about leadership. This has been unprecedented in over 160 countries. These youth have an incredible drive to drive difference. When we empower youth, we provide them with the tools to shape policies, to drive technological advancements and inspire their peers and our communities. When young people have a seat at the table and a voice in decision-making, they become agents of change, not passive observers. They carry with them a special passion, a unique currency. But how can young people put the vocabulary of this new language to use when the alphabet of this language, the alphabet of their participation and engagement and empowerment is still being questioned without hesitation and without doubt? When youth speak their language, they are often met with profound confusion, silence, and sometimes fear. This is the first time that COP28 had this amount of youth involved and included. This is the first time after 27 COPs, young people were able to engage in interim negotiations. This is the first time they were not in the observer position. First time they were not passive. This is the first time the voices of youth were laid to the presidency of a COP. Why is it that we believe it's too risky or too challenging to learn this new language? The COP28 presidency and the UAE learned very early on in this game that speaking the language of youth empowerment can profoundly shape the ambitious outcomes that we're seeking. Because frankly, we wouldn't be able to move the dial without youth. My nation, the United Arab Emirates, is a fluent speaker in this language. For 52 years, the UAE's leadership has consistently recognized young people as the nation's most valuable resource. And what COP28 presidency discovered is that in COP, young people, in the past COPs, well, they need an interpreter for this language, or even better, they need a whole team dedicated to taking the charge of promoting this language. And this is what the Youth Climate Champion team have been doing, ensuring this language grows and thrives until it's officially recognized. And this is why this role was created. so that this language can be recognized, appreciated, understood, and disseminated. The Youth Climate Champion role is committed to advocating and guaranteeing the incorporation of youth's voices. It aims to integrate their meaningful participation and address their needs across all dimensions of the COP process. The strategy of the Youth Climate Champion was clear: enhance participation, instill education, embed action, and relay the voice of youth. And there's so many programs that happened based on this strategy. For us, COP is not just an event, it's a building process that began years before the actual event. And we're hoping that the impact will last for centuries beyond this particular COP and this particular moment. And while, yes, I have to be honest, COP28 is excelling in youth engagement and in this language, and you can look around in this room. But it must not end here. We must all take responsibility to keep this language alive. As any other language, the best way to preserve it and revive it is to speak to it at every chance you get. I hope it grows and develops and soars at every incoming COP, because this is your legacy, because language shapes the way we think, and it also determines what we can think about. Don't limit your language, because it will limit your possibilities. We must recognize the common language we must speak of, and it's one of unity, of inclusion, love, and empowerment. It's a language that will transcend so many differences, a language that will resonate with the hearts and minds of young people and old alike, because regression is what happens when this language fails. Through the institutionalization of the Youth Climate Champion role, we are ensuring the right of youth to meaningfully participate at every COP. A different language means a different way of viewing life and of viewing this planet. Get ready for new solutions and get ready for a roadmap for this culture of inclusion. It is a language that tells us what our values are and what we stand for and where we are going. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency Sharma, for your compelling remarks that really set the stage for what is coming up next, which is the Youth Stocktake Report launch. I have a beautiful speech before me, but I'm looking at the pictures over there, the pictures of children who seems to be in a classroom and very attentive. But if you look very well, let's take them as an anecdote, like they want to hear the story about the youth movement. So when it all started in 1992, I was not even born by then. And then it took so long to know about how the whole youth movement have taken shape over the years. How many of you know about the history of Yango, which is the official youth constituency of UNFCCC? Yes, but beyond that, can I have a raise of hands? Not many, as you can see. So let's all be like the kids in the classroom, be attentive to listen to what we are going to launch, because this report is the very first of its kind, and it's built upon the foundation that it's going to lead into transformative and impactful discussion, as well as we are going to see how we are looking into youth engagement as well as inclusion into the youth UNFCCC processes. But we do that from a bottom-up approach. So, I hope my slides are up. Sorry. Okay. So behind the scenes, we've been working with a lot of youth to gather the consultations during regional climate weeks, surveys, interviews. We've worked hours into data collection, but there are amazing ladies behind the report that you can see, and you would also see them on stage. So we'll move on to look into what this report covers, which is about the chapters and also Sorry, my pointers are not working. So we are going to look into youth as change makers, fostering youth inclusion, intergenerational equity, and also in terms of complementing the global stocktake. Next slides, please. So the focus, we are going to unveil the different chapters in this report. And without further ado, I will pass on to the first set of speakers that looks into specifically the development of Yango Conference of Youth, which is the local conference, the regional conference, and also which happens at global level, the conference of youth that takes place every year. So to do that, I'll invite the youth stocktake researcher, Shami Mucha, to present the findings. And also along with her would be Mehdi Basanbapi, the ELCOI organizer from Bangladesh, and also Professor Francesco Corvaro, the Italy Special Envoy for Climate. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible. All protocols observed. My name is Shamiso Mucha. I am from Zimbabwe. I wear so many hats, but today I wear a very specific hat, which is that I've been serving as Yango's local Conference of Youth Liaison for 2023. I've been coordinating over 100 local conferences of youth around the world. If you ask them, they'll tell you the same thing, that she's done an amazing job, but just take it from me. I would like to present to you the findings of our report before we get into the fireside chat. So what we found is that since Yango began, we had the first Conference of Youth in 2005. The Global Conference of Youth was in 2005. And to date, we're standing at our 18th edition that was just held preceding COP28. And then for regional conferences of youth, the first ever regional conference of youth was held in Uganda in 2017. And then when it comes to local conferences of youth, discussions around local conferences of youth began in 2014, but the actualization of local conferences of youth began in the year 2015, and to date, we're standing at over 100 local conferences of youth. So what we did, myself and the researchers that you would see on stage, is that we collected quite a number of information. And how we did this was that we launched a survey to collect information pertaining to inclusion of young people in climate policy making processes through Yango, but also through the UNFCCC processes. So what we did was we circulated a survey. It was open to all the organizers. It was open to volunteers. It was open to participants of local conference of youth, regional and global conferences of youth. What we also did was we had consultations at every climate week. So Africa, MENA, Asia, LAC, all the climate weeks, we had a standardized consultation process to incorporate all the young people that would be present there. What we also did were interviews with former ELCOI liaisons, RCOI liaisons, former Yango focal points, and also focus group discussions with what is called the policy team, which is quite a very strong pillar of Yango. And these guys are the ones that compile the Global Youth Statement. I think what you're seeing on screen is the structure of how Yango works. So it's a bottom-up approach. Local conferences of youth feed into regional conferences of youth, and regional conferences of youth feed into the GCOI, the Global Conference of Youth, and we have the Global Youth Statement. Can you move to the next slide? Right, so one of the key findings we've realized is that young people are saying that 60% are saying that because of these conferences, they were able to meaningfully influence climate processes. So Yango has been able to provide a platform where young people can influence climate policy processes in their local levels and engaging also grassroots communities. Move to the next slide. So I want to talk about the key barriers that we found in this report, and that pertains to language and cultural barriers. And when it comes to cultural barriers, the things that we can do better is also maybe try to understand. So maybe, for example, this year, the COI was held in Dubai, right? So we also want to make extra efforts to understand local culture before we engage as young people, that's one. And when it comes to the language, we want to make sure that we can amplify providing translation services, and for that would need money. So young people are asking for support in that. Young people also noted that there are barriers in finance. A lot of young people start preparing for these processes behind the scenes. I myself being one of these processes for the past 2 years. We work without compensation and we work with passion. I think that that's the beauty of working with young people, that sometimes we work with what's there, and when you see the outputs and the products, you would not believe that this was done without compensation. And then I'll talk about the knowledge gap that we also found on Yango and the UNFCCC processes. So from our side, we could amplify capacity building processes, but also the handing over process from one local conference of youth to the other has to be done in a manner in which information is lost in a way. And then I also spoke about support. Young people need support. We need to have kind of like a formalized, recurrent financial mechanism where there are LCOE scholarships, Conference of Youth scholarships that are readily available to support young people. So this Global Youth Statement, when you see it, it's a collective document that synthesizes a lot of information from individual inputs, so you don't need to be a part of Yango, working groups that are thematic-based, loss and damage, adaptation, oceans. So you find your forte, and then you follow a specific track, and on that track, you also want to make sure that your demands as young people are clearly stated out, and then also through RCOEs and LCOEs. Can you move to the next slide? So the key differences that we've noted over the years is that pre-2021, since we reviewed quite a number of reports, is that before this document was not really categorized and synthesized, but now you can see that when you hold the Global Youth Statement, it's very synthesized, it's organized, everything is according to a key thematic area. And before, like, the consultations would happen like on ground during COI, where everyone's busy. But now, as I said before, the process has changed. Young people are even contributing even outside of Yango processes, and the consistency has improved. So this is a 100-page document, right? Some people, like, I can't go through a 100-page document. So what did we do this year? We synthesized, so we have a summary of the demands. Just 10 pages, easy. Your phone can read it out for you and you can listen to that. Can we move on to the next slide? So these are our key recommendations. On our side, from the reviews, we also noted that we can improve in the timelines, in the manner in which we do things. So maybe the call for applications, we can do that earlier, so that young people that are gonna look for sponsorships can do that way in advance, and as well as amplifying our capacity building sessions, and also making sure that the handover process is done in a manner where information is not lost. So fast forward 10 years, I'm no longer here, and then there's another liaison. That information should be clearly documented such that you can easily read, and then the process stays the same. And then also scaling up funding support. All right, now we're getting to the nice part of my section, which is the fireside chat. Ideally, I would have loved to have an actual fire, but then maybe you wouldn't have been here. Allow me to welcome Professor Covaro, from the Special Envoy of Climate Change from Italy, and then one of our local Conference of Youth organizers from Bangladesh. They did a stellar job. They consulted over 3,000 young people. So allow me to get into the questions. Professor Covaro, thank you for being here with us today. Your question reads, how do you envision Yango's climate conferences and the role they will play in driving climate action and policy changes?
Good morning to everyone, and thanks for the invitation. Every time is a big pleasure for me to stay among young people. I am a university professor, so this is my situation normally. I was born in 1978, and for you it's like a prehistoric era, I think. So why I am here, and I can think that your role is so extremely important. When I participated for the first time to a panel, a discussion among people of my generation, I remain a bit, wow, what happens here? Because in my life I studied climate change, I studied renewable energy, I have a PhD, I have a lot of students that normally makes wonderful research under this aspect. So I know very well that we have all the possibility and all the technologies to fight and to solve this problem. So in some ways, it's easy, the solution. I don't see so much difficulties. Instead, when I entered in this new big world of diplomacy, of politicians, it is clear that there is a huge difficulty to create a dialogue, a real dialogue among all the parties. Climate diplomacy, in my opinion, should be at a higher level in comparison of all other diplomacy, because climate change is an issue without barrier. There is no barriers, there is no differences. Everyone is in the same position. And here you have the possibility to do better than us in this direction, because you are able to speak without any barriers. I have 2 daughters at home, and they are able to communicate without any pre-idea, in a simple way. And I recognize during my Climate Week that these capabilities is inside you. So your role is important because you really have the possibility to discuss, to propose a solution. I know that you are brilliant. I know that you have all the possibility to solve this problem, because I know my students that are strongly involved in this kind of problems, because it's your future, So I believe that the role of Yongo and your conference is essential, is crucial. You have to demonstrate us that you are able to destroy all the barriers that sometimes block the dialogue on climate change. This is my idea about you, and I believe very much in your possibilities.
Thank you so much, Professor Covaro, for believing in us. And I believe that my generation and generations to come are going to take this forward to make sure that the spaces are more opened up. Mehdi Bassan, thank you for being here today. I would pose a question to you saying, in what ways can young people use local conferences of youth to influence climate policy processes at the national level?
First of all, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to join here. I think I was the first contact point for organizing the local conference of youth back in 2022, and I was also part of the organizing team of 2023 ELCO in Bangladesh. So what I can say based on my experience organizing 2 local conference of youth in Bangladesh, like one of the best ELCO, I would say, in terms of local conference of youth. There are 3 couple of things doing amazing ELCO in Bangladesh, not only in Bangladesh, across the world, I would say. The first thing is like creating awareness among the young people through different kind of event, workshop, seminar. That is amazing, that is young people is doing. The second thing is ELCO in Bangladesh doing capacity building of young people for the climate science, policy, negotiation process and everything. The third thing is young people doing through ELCO is collaborating with each other and also building a community. The youth delegation who joined ELCO, the organizer team of ELCO, they found is a community of young people who really care about the climate and their countries and the globe. If I want to talk about how young people can influence the climate policy spaces through the ELCO platform, then here I would also want to mention the 3 things, like bringing more youth-led solution so that the policymaker, the government, can take those examples and implement those in the policy spaces. The second part is work with government. If we really want to bring any kind of policy changes, young people should more closely work with government. And this is one of the way we can ensure our voice heard them, working with them, working for them, and also bringing our demand on the table. The third point is making recommendation, policy recommendation that is if it is the nationally led, ELCO is nationally driven, so that the policy, those are really needed for the country. So the young people should bring those kind of policy onto the table. Those are really need of the countries. And to do so, what we need support from the organizations like UN, we need support from the civil society, we need support from the government and parties, so that the young people and we can work together for our better sustainable future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehdi. Because of our time, I would love to do this all day. So please, if you see me outside, you can grab me. We can talk about this. Lunch, breakfast, but on you. Lastly, 1 minute, takeaway question. What would be your advice to young people to effectively influence climate policy processes? I'll start with you, Professor, and then Mehdi.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Difficult. So my advice, the first one is this. Maintain the capability to speak with everyone, but I know that in our world we have a lot of very big issues at the international point of view. But it is extremely important that you maintain the capability in a parallel way to discuss with everyone. We used a lot of time the word of negotiation. Negotiation is between two positions that are in the opposite situation. But climate change has no positions. We should understand that we should have the same position. And you can have the possibility, if you maintain this capability. I know that there are a lot of other problems, and we need to solve that. There are disasters, a lot of things. But in climate change, it is important to stay at the same line, and you have these capabilities. And then, I am professor, sorry, please study in these topics, because it is necessary also the knowledge in this argument.
Thank you, Mehdi.
I would like to echo with the professor, because we have to learn, that I totally agree with. But at the same time, I would like to call my fellow young people is act from your side. When you are learning, we also should act very immediately, because this is the time we should act. Otherwise, the future generation will survive for these consequences. And also, I would like to argue my previous point, work with the policymaker, build connections so that our negotiation and policy reflected in the final documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Karishma, handing it over back to you. We may get off the stage. Thank you, guys.
Thank you to our esteemed speakers and Shami. So now we are moving on to one of the best parts of the report as well, because this talks about how we are assessing youth engagement, but on parties level. So how your own government is engaging youth, which is growing, and we have a momentum over there, yes. But we also document, in what mechanisms and the effectiveness of youth inclusion by parties, and to support youth to attend international conferences, and on national level, what is being done. So we put forward case studies, very interesting case studies that I encourage you all to read. Maybe you'll find your country being mentioned and also being put forward in the report. So please do read it and enhance peer learning from what we are going to share right now. So I would like to invite my colleague, who is also a researcher on this report, Lucy Plummer, to present the findings, and she's going to be accompanied by dynamic Camila Zepeda, who is the head of delegation for Mexico, and also Wafa Amdi, coordinator for the Tunisian Youth Climate Negotiators Group. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you so much for being here. I'm Lucy, I'm from the UK, and I work as a youth engagement specialist. And I'm here to present on a very high-level presentation on the research we conducted on party youth inclusion. And I'd really encourage you to read the full report where we go into a lot more detail than I'm able to present today. So we set 3 key objectives for assessing youth inclusion by parties. Firstly, to investigate how parties are engaging with and including youth in the development of climate policies, including at the national, regional, and international level. Secondly, to identify the key challenges parties are facing when it comes to including youth in the development of climate policies. And thirdly, to develop a set of recommendations for parties on strengthening and enhancing youth inclusion. So, sorry, just go back once. In order to collect our data, we put out a survey, or we called it a checklist, which we built from ongoing challenges put forward by members of Youngo over the years. And we conducted interviews with party representatives, and a total of 31 parties engaged in this process, including 24 parties completing the checklist and 12 participating in interviews. A few parties completed both checklists and interviews, so in case you're wondering why the math doesn't quite add up there. From these, we drew out 6 case studies of notable efforts by parties to include youth. Mexico, Tunisia, also Kenya, Barbados, UAE, and Zimbabwe are all featured and as highlighted in this report. So just to give you a very quick overview of the regional representation of parties who engaged in the process, you can see on this map here, we really would have loved to have had more parties engage in the process, but we are at least happy that at least every region had some representation. And the full list of parties, again, is included in the report. And on this list also shows the level of staff that we engage with from the parties. So now over to some of the key findings. So we asked parties what mechanisms they use to facilitate youth inclusion in the development of climate policies. And the first graph shows the most popular ones being used and the numbers of parties using them by region. We can see that sponsoring of youth to participate in climate conferences is the most popular, followed by the inclusion of youth in national strategy meetings, and then organizing events specifically for youth. We were also keen to find out if and how parties are engaging with youth, not necessarily for climate policy development, but more just to interact with young people. And we found that most parties who were doing this were establishing a dedicated group, for example, a youth advisory group. Interestingly, few parties are using social media to engage with youth, and we flagged this in the report as being a missed opportunity, since, as we know, social media is a very popular communication channel that youth use to engage with the world. Lastly, of the 24 parties that completed the survey, 5 did not have any mechanism or strategy in place to engage with youth. So we highlighted a gap there. So moving on, in terms of specific policies that youth are being included in, national level climate policy developments was the most common, followed by NDCs, regional level climate policies, GST processes, and lastly, national budget policies, with just 2 parties including youth in those. We also asked about tracking and measuring for youth inclusion and found that out of the 24 parties, 14 had no specific tracking in place. And of the parties that did have some tracking in place, 6 conduct independent evaluations, 3 collect feedback from youth via surveys, and 1 party actually uses KPIs specific to youth inclusion. So we asked parties to tell us about the partnerships that they have with other stakeholders to support youth inclusion, and we found that the most common type of partnership is with NGOs, followed by youth-led groups and youth-focused charities, and 7% of parties had no formal partnerships in place. In the report, we also flagged the significance of partnerships in facilitating youth inclusion, and there are some good examples of partnerships included in the case studies. For example, Barbados is one in particular, so look out for that. We also looked into how parties support youth inclusion at the international level and found that of the 24 parties we surveyed, just over half had youth delegates in their national delegations. 22% supported youth to participate at youth-led conferences, such as the COIS. And 13% support youth by providing funding for their travel and accommodation. Our research also explored how parties deal with continuity in youth inclusion and what they are doing to ensure diversity in youth inclusion, including children, young women, youth with disabilities, and Indigenous youth. So I really encourage you again to look out for that in the report. So just to wrap up, some of the key recommendations we included. Firstly, capacity building for parties on how to work with and include youth in climate policy process is really crucial. In our surveys, we asked parties if they would be interested in receiving training, and 75% said yes, and 25% said maybe. So all of the parties, 100%, did not say no. Secondly, we are recommending peer learning and exchange to take place so that parties can learn from one another and support each other. Thirdly, we are recommending parties look into possible ways that they can track and measure youth inclusion, and our report features a few examples of this being done by parties. We also recommend that parties develop their channels of engaging with youth, and not necessarily just for the purpose of including youth in policy processes, but to enhance two-way communication and to facilitate trust building, which is really important. And lastly, this relates to the prior recommendation. We are recommending parties to be brave and get involved in the world of social media, if you're not already doing so. And this is really a great way to engage with youth. And nowadays, there's so many ways that this can be done. And we learned about cases of parties hiring social media champions who are youth to manage this. So there are many ways that this can be done. So I'm very excited now to turn over to our fireside chat with our wonderful guests, Camila and Wafa. Thank you so much for being here. So my first question is to you, Wafa, and you were really instrumental in the Tunisian Young Climate Change Negotiators Group, which is really inspiring way which came about with youth really taking the lead to come forward and advocate for the support for the Tunisian government. So my question to you, Wafa, what insights and advice can you offer youth and other key stakeholders supporting youth inclusion on leveraging support for youth inclusion from parties?
Well, thank you for the question, Lucy. As we all know that it's a party-driven process that we are in, and supporting youth inclusion from parties is a quite many-sided approach that integrates the unique perspective and the strength of youth. Actually, I'm going to answer you by drawing from the experience of the Tunisian climate negotiator experience. So I can say it's 7 steps to integrate for a good integration and healthy integration of youth negotiators or young delegates, not as a symbolic way, but more as an effective and real way. First, by showing and showcasing tangible contribution, either in the negotiation process and leading in certain themes, also in the contributing to the NDC enhancement and being part of the national policies as a contributor. For a real involvement of youth in certain critical themes, actually, and taking the lead on them. Also, through diversity and representativity of youth, our group, actually, it's a diverse group with 60% of women representation and from a different region in Tunisia. And also from different backgrounds regarding the themes that they are following with the negotiation. Also through engagement in critical themes based on the background of each members and being a part not only in the negotiation process or decision-making process, but also leading within the negotiation. It's very important to be part, not only to report or to listen, but to take the floor and to lead in certain critical themes. We're having here with us, Zubair is leading on Article 6 within our delegation. Also, Tarek for Global Stocktake, leading the negotiation on such critical themes for this COP. Also, integrating with national strategies, with aligning the international cases with what's happening on the national level within our strategies, and back home we make sure to bring what we are learning here and when hearing here for our national strategies and being part, as I said, in the NDC enhancement. Well, our group is bits old. It was created in 2021, and we took part in contributing to the Tunisian NDC enhancement. Also, it's very important the international and the regional contribution as international and regional collaboration, as we had peer-to-peer exchange with other young delegation from the region in order to make sure to have more representation, because we are witnessing a lack of representation of youth from the MENA region, and you make sure to advance and to help the other fellows from the region, but also maintaining other parties meeting and bilaterals with other parties, and make sure that the youth, they are part, young delegates, they are part of those bilaterals. Also, a very important key, it's capacity building. So capacity building in order to maintain a good understanding and skills for negotiation. And something that is new, what we are doing this year, that we are supporting in young climate leaders with they're having their first COP with us here in order to integrate young leaders in the negotiation process with the support of our young delegation.
Thank you so much. I think yours is really a great example of youth really claiming their space. So thank you so much for sharing that. Camila, I'm very excited to come to you next. Mexico is, I would say, a champion of youth inclusion in this space, and you've been instrumental in creating a very inspiring youth program that trains Mexican youth not just to be part of Mexico's delegation and to come here, but actually lead negotiations on behalf of Mexico, which I found really remarkable. And also find very interesting in the case of Mexico is Mexico and the Netherlands have signed an MOU together to enhance youth inclusion in climate policies. So Camila, can you tell us a bit more about this partnership with the Netherlands and how it supports youth inclusion, and also share any insights and advice to parties specifically on leveraging cross-party collaborations to enhance youth inclusion?
Yes. First of all, I'm not a suited bureaucrat, as you can see, but it is true that in these conferences, all of the decisions are made at closed doors, where there's not much diversity at our level head of delegation, and it so happens that it's mostly middle-aged white men. So it is part of the idea to bringing in more diversity and youth and that dynamics and that passion, and I mean, it's your future. I'm no longer under 35, unfortunately, but still believe that we need to have those voices. And for that, we need parties, as was mentioned, to take that on board. And so we have been championing, but we need more parties to come on board. And we're really happy that with the Netherlands, we see that it needs to go beyond youth tokenism. It's not just, I mean, these side events are great, but they're not in the decision-making process. And we need to make that happen. We need parties on board. So with the Netherlands, we are asking for parties to come along and bring them into that process, to nurture, but to provide the tools. Because not only do you need to provide the spaces, but you also need to provide abilities. Because negotiations are overwhelming. I mean, it's a very intense process, and you need to give all of those abilities and all of that technical expertise to youth so they can actively have an engagement in negotiations. So we are now actively pursuing countries, also the presidency, whoever wants to join, to make sure that going forward, we include youth in all of our consultations, we include them in all of our delegations meeting, and we include them not just as note takers, but as active participants within all of the COP negotiations that are happening right in these areas.
Thank you so much, Camila. And I just want to say, I had the privilege of interviewing you, and you really put so much time and effort into actually making this possible. So thank you so much for everything that you're doing, and as head of a delegation as well. It's amazing. So just quickly, a last kind of wrap up for both. What do you feel is required to achieve sustainable and long-term youth inclusion in climate policy development? And we'll hear from you, Afa, first, if that's fine.
I'm going to start where I started earlier. Actually, as I said, it's a party-driven process. So it's really needed to the parties to be more open for including youth within the process to be part of decision-making. It's very important. Including youth, it's not like a privilege, it's a must, as they are the leader of the future. They're going to make a decision for the next challenge that you'll be facing. And it's very important to have a well-prepared youth, because they're going to be the leader and the decision makers for later on. It's very important to include youth. We can see, it's my 7th COP actually, we can see that the youth, they are everywhere, they are present in huge numbers, but we cannot see much youth within the negotiation, on the negotiation tables, taking decisions, leading certain delegations. It's very important to give them the lead in order to have well-prepared leaders.
Thank you.
Well, it needs to be institutionalized. It can't just depend on two persons like us that believe in this. It needs to be part of the process. So it is important to have drafted text that encourages parties to bring in youth, that there's this youth champion role going forward. And so we will be taking up the task to make sure that that is put upon specific mandates for the convention, because otherwise it's just willingness of a presidency, willingness of some heads of delegation, but we need to make sure that as we've had open tracks for gender, tracks for the indigenous people, local communities, that there's a specific track for youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to our speakers today? Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, ladies. That was very insightful. And also, if you are looking at your phone, I would ask you to keep it down for like the next 10 minutes at least, because this is the most important part where we are going to talk about COP cover decisions. I must confess that when I started doing the report myself, I didn't know everything about the process and what has been documented, what has been in the COP cover decisions so far about the youth. But we did the homework for you. And now it's time for you to learn from us. And this is 10 minutes can give you maximum information that you need. So I'll invite my colleague, Elizabeth Gulugulu, who has co-lead on this section, along with Dr. Omnia, who is going to be on the panel fireside chat. She's the youth envoy for COP27, and also Agostino Ngosio, the head of UNDP Rome Center for Climate Action and Energy Transition, for the fireside chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. I'm Elizabeth Gulugulu, former Yungo Focal Point. And this year I had the honors of also coordinating the amazing International Youth Climate Delegate Program. So just to go straight to the reason we are here today. As you can see on the screen, as of today, this is the participation of young people within the UNFCCC processes. This is a research that was done in June. And as you can see, the number of negotiators, youth negotiators, is way below 5%. And we have also technical experts, which is also way below 10%. Then we have environmental activists, which is all the way to 45%, and those that are following negotiations, just below 25%, and researchers. So this is a gap that you can see. If you want young people to meaningfully engage and participate in this process, it means that we need to capacitate them on negotiations. We need to capacitate them to be technical experts, and we also need to capacitate a lot of young people to be researchers. Now, within this process, we have seen that things have been changing over the years, and young people have been engaged and included in the cover decisions. So if you look at the ACE action plan, the AIDS action plan, it includes young people not only as a vulnerable group, but also as a critical stakeholder that will also contribute and also implement some of the pillars that are mentioned. Moving on also to the Children and Youth Pavilion, which was officially launched last year at COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, you see that this has been a platform for young people to participate, but also it did not end there because we still do have a Children and Youth Pavilion again this year, and this will go on and on. Also, we're looking at the participation of young people into different and strategic positions, like the participation or the inclusion of young people into boards, into different committees, which has also been mentioned in previous cover decisions. Then last but not least, the role of the youth envoy. I'm glad here with me we have Dr. Omnia, who was the first ever youth envoy representing the COP27 presidency last year, and she did a remarkable job, and I was honored to be working hand in hand with her. So this is how young people have been participating, but also just to highlight that there are gaps in their participation, which include monitoring and evaluation. When my colleagues were doing the research, when they wanted to find out information on how young people are being engaged, how young people are participating, that gap was available. We didn't have the data, we didn't have much information. And this is a call to all of us to make sure that we try by all means to make relevant information available. We also have issues to do with mobilization and funding. I will not delve deeper into this. I think my colleagues also highlighted about this. I'll also talk about the importance of institutionalization. From a national, regional to an international level, this is really important if we want young people to participate meaningfully. And last but not least, building trust. Definitely, if you're looking at accessing resources, we need to make sure that we try to build trust between young people and also this current generation. Now, moving on to my panel, I'm going to introduce to you, as mentioned, the COP27 Youth Envoy, Dr. Omnia El Omrani. Dr. Omnia, it's a pleasure having you.
Thank you for having me.
In 2 minutes, Dr. Omnia, please kindly explain to us your experience last year. How did you fight or how did you champion the voices of young people? If you can elaborate on the strategies you used to employ effectively drive change within the climate change agenda.
Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for having me. Youth Day is always the most important day of COP. And after that is Health Day. But I would also like to share a bit about my experience before my role, because I saw how young people's insights and perspectives and our solutions, including my own, has been consistently siloed from the discussions and the negotiations that are taking place. Even though if we look at it from a broader perspective, it's our health, our well-being, and our future that is being negotiated. And as young leaders, if we have a country badge, we will be able to access and understand what's taking place, and our demands were not integrated as quickly, as effectively, as inclusively, and meaningfully as we are hoping for. And at the same time, there are many factors and challenges that we wanted to address. And I was very fortunate that the COP27 presidency in Egypt decided to do that in a way that integrates intergenerational equity and the importance of recognizing the role of young people, not just as observers to the intergovernmental process, but as young negotiators, but also as young actors in a space that meaningfully respects the value that they add and the solutions that are being proposed. So we did that from integrating these calls to action into the COP outcome decision that was adopted by over 190 countries, A, recognizing the role of young people in the negotiation, and B, which was very important for us, and this is what we did throughout the year, is finding ways to bridge the gap between the global youth statement that gets developed over the entire year by thousands of young people across different thematic areas, and how the presidency can integrate that. So this is why for the first time we did the Youth-led Climate Forum, as we were also mandated by the COP26 presidency outcome. With the forum, we created a meaningful space, bringing in the negotiators, the chairs of the country groups, and the ministers, together with young experts in adaptation, mitigation, and just transition. We couldn't have done that without the amazing leadership of Yongo and the focal points leading the way, and having these roundtables and having the global youth statement discussed beyond the Conference of Youth. The second practical thing we wanted to support and was instrumental in and being a turning point was the Children Youth Pavilion, because it was an independently youth-led space made by young people, the programs and the side events curated by young people, and inviting the key actors to this youth-led space to respond to young people's demands, questions, but to also co-create the solutions together. And the last thing which we wanted to have, which is appointing a youth envoy for the first time, but it's not just about me or the global institutionalization, which is so important that this youth role, whether envoy or a champion, to be institutionalized, but it's important for national governments to recognize that at the national level there's a youth envoy or there's a youth council or an advisory group that works directly and sustainably to mainstream the inputs of young people directly into the design, the implementation, and most importantly, the accountability and the monitoring and evaluation mechanisms of these climate policies and commitments that they make every year at COP.
Thank you so much, Dr. Omnia. Much appreciated. Thank you so much. Now we are going to move on to none other than Augustino Inguccio, who is the coordinator of UNDP Rome Center. Thank you so much for coming to this panel and accepting our invitation. My question is, Omnia has rightfully said and mentioned the importance of engagement and the inclusion of young people. In your view, why is this important, and how do you think it contributes to more effective, sustainable outcomes? And also, whilst you're still explaining that, I think I would also want to know, or we would also want to know, how UNDP actively promotes and supports the engagement of youth in policy discussions, ensuring their perspectives are not only heard, but translated into action. I'm so sorry the question is long, but I know you do justice to it.
Thank you, Elizabeth, Omnia, and Yango and the presidency for organizing this important moment. And of course, best of luck to the new youth envoy of the Secretary General. Welcome. On a personal reflection, I think that more than a right for youth to sit at the negotiating table, really this is a duty, right? And we've seen this year after year in what actually drives meaningful change and transformation. I think that as much of a seat as possible to young generations, right, as not the future, but the very present of climate action is absolutely necessary. And so I'm very proud of being part of my organization, the United Nations Development Programme, for its very meaningful work towards these objectives, right? So we support, as you know, global youth to participate through local, regional, and global conferences on youth, to participate meaningfully with policymakers at the country office level, through our network of more than 170 country offices. We strive to make sure that their voices are heard also at the national government level, and with our global programs, such as the Climate Promise, we supported 120 countries to revise their national determined contributions in a way that would meaningfully include young people. And now we're proud that 96% of those countries do so in their national determined contributions. To boost further this work, we designed a policy checklist for meaningful inclusion of young people in all these processes, and we co-designed it with Yungo and with many other youth constituencies. So this is really crucial for us, representation. And then, of course, as you mentioned in your checklist of what is needed, so I can't only echo what Omnia said about the important role crucial role of institutional ownership of these processes and being able to shape the institutions from inside, right? So the point that Camila from the Mexican delegation made, I think, really resonated. But also, we know that there is an action needed to make sure that policies are shaped by youth, but also there is a need to empower youth now to deliver on their solutions, right? Because they must be heard, they have important solutions in their communities, and they must be helped to be scaled up. So this is why I'm also proud to lead the flagship program of UNDP, Youth for Climate, which in the last year, in the first iteration of the Youth for Climate Solutions, in partnership with the government of Italy, has now financed 50 projects from 40 different countries to do just that. And how were these projects selected? Well, they came through a pool of more than 1,100 projects, which we then supported in further development and in assessment, and now UNDP will follow through with its implementation. So this is just the beginning, and we are also very, very proud that next year UNDP will strongly match this effort also through his small grant program. And this will really create the scale that is needed. I see Angelica in the audience there, and thank you so much for your support. So thank you, Elizabeth, and everyone.
Thank you so much, Agostino. I know me and Omni are part of the Youth for Climate Initiative, and we just want to say thank you so much for the amazing support that you have been giving to young people, awarding them with startup money to activate and upskill their initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, my time is run out, and thank you so much, Dr. Omni, and thank you so much, Agostino. Over to you, Karishma.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone who listened to this narrative and also to the findings. Now we can all tell the story, about the evolution of young or youth participation in the UNFCCC processes. We now, as we leave this space, let us carry the energy that today's dialogue through the forum and also this report is bringing forward, and let us work towards a world where the voices of the youth are not only heard, but is also actively shaping the policies that will determine our future. So I would thank you for your participation and attending this session today. And to close this event, we would like to hand over the report to our esteemed guest for today. So Your Excellency Shama, the Youth Climate Champion for COP28, if you could join us on stage. And also Ambassador Majid Al-Suwadi, the COP28 Director General, if you could do us the honor for receiving the report. And our ELCOI organizer, Mehmedi Hassan Bapi, Professor Kurvaro, Lucy, if you could come on stage, Lucy, Shami, Elizabeth, Dr. Omnia, once again, and Agostino, if you could join us. And yes. So Dr. Felipe, I'm trying to look for you. Yes, you're here. If you could come and do us the honor for receiving the report, please join us on stage for a family photo.
Yeah. Since he's on.
Yes.
Just go for the
We'll just... Oh, I forgot to say, exciting news that the report is on the Google search. So if you search, Youth Stocktake report is the third. It's not, it's been uploaded this morning, but it's the third search that you would get, and it's on the UNFCCC website. So thank you, UNFCCC Secretariat, for hosting our report, and yes. For you, yeah. Thank you, thank you.
Cool, huh?
Yes, and you can scan our report here. Yes. Thank you. So thank you. Amazing. Who did it?
What is the School Meals Coalition? What is the School Meals Coalition? It is a growing network of member states focused on one goal, ensuring that all children receive a nutritious meal in school by 2030. Partners, including UN agencies, NGOs, and academia, have also joined to support governments. How does the coalition work? As they join, governments issue national commitments telling the world what they're hoping to achieve and how. The coalition helps them to implement these commitments. In the coalition, countries can connect with each other. Country-to-country exchanges generate learning and inspiration. The coalition is also working at the regional level, where countries are exchanging and establishing peer-to-peer groups. Partners can support the commitments made by governments. There are many others working together in the coalition. Municipalities play a crucial role in the programs and increasingly in the coalition. Lawmakers also help set priorities, assign budgets, recognize rights, and assure accountability. In a networked way, the School Meals Coalition breaks with the traditional logic of North and South, donor and recipient, and recognizes that every member and partner have something to contribute and to learn. The coalition has initiatives that work with governments and partners. They were set up to support countries with 3 challenges. Challenge 1, better evidence so countries can make better decisions. The Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition is hosted by the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine and connects researchers across the world. They are analysing the impact of school meals, calculating the return on investment, and documenting best practice. Challenge 2, sustainable funding in low-income countries that struggle to reach the poorest children. The Sustainable Financing Initiative is hosted by the Education Development Center. It is helping countries to design financing plans for their programs and is working with donors on new financing solutions. Challenge 3, a better way to measure progress. The Data and Monitoring Initiative, hosted by WFP, is helping countries monitor progress and is establishing a global database for reporting. This rich ecosystem is supported by a small secretariat and a powerfully committed task force. Together, they create the conditions for this new form of multilateralism. That is, based on country solutions to global problems, grounded in evidence, and intent on breaking silos, to make progress on some of the most important priorities of our time.
Good afternoon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. It's really exciting to be here at COP28 finally. We've been waiting for this moment the whole year. I'm sure a lot of you are pretty busy coming in and out of session, so thank you so much for joining us today. I have the pleasure to be moderating a session that a lot of governments and a lot of partners have been working very hard to put together for you, so very excited about it. I'm Carmen Burbano, and I'm the director of the School Meals Division and head of the Secretariat of the School Meals Coalition and from the World Food Program. Let me tell you a little bit of the context of this session, and then we'll have really exciting conversations, I hope, with all of you. 2 years ago, governments from the global north and the global south, in the context of the pandemic when schools were still closed, came together during the conversations of the Food Systems Summit to talk about one very specific goal. What if we could get together and decide that every child in the world receives a nutritious and healthy meal in school? What if that could be possible? And what if that could be also an engine to transform food systems, to provide better diets to children, to get them to school, and also, hopefully, to make progress on some of the climate action goals? That was the core of the conversation of what then became the School Meals Coalition, the largest and most successful initiative to come out of the Food Systems Summit, and one of the most successful multilateral initiatives that are in place today. 2 years later, the coalition now has almost 100 countries that have signed up. It is led by France, Finland, and Brazil, and more than 100 partners that have signed up to support governments with their commitments. These are the largest UN agencies, WFP of course, but also joined by UNICEF, by UNESCO, by FAO, by WHO, by IFAD. We have NGO partners, Plan International, World Vision. We have foundations, the Rockefeller Foundation, the think tanks, academic partners, etc., have all come together to support governments in these really ambitious and important goals. So, about a year ago, these governments said, well, if we're going to do this, if we're going to expand our programs, spend so much money, then really how can we think about a food systems approach to these programs and a climate action approach to these programs? What would it take? What can we do to make progress on all of these things at once? It isn't enough just to get children into school, which these programs actually do. It isn't enough to get them fed. We need to make sure that this is nutritious, but also what more can we do? And so this is the session where, for the first time, we are discussing the product of 1.5 years of an effort led by the research consortium of the coalition, the Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition, who have been, with more than 100 academics, coming together and thinking through that big question that countries pose to them. What if we could use these programs for food systems and climate action? What would that look like? That's one big piece of what this session is about. And then the second really exciting piece is that we have several governments, and with us we have one, the government of Kenya, that has decided to really move forward with these approaches at scale. And we'll hear about that now. So, before we get us started, we have here, and I want to invite to the stage, please, to kick us off, Her Excellency Soipan Tuya, the Cabinet Secretary, Minister of the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change, and Forestry of Kenya. She will be speaking to us on behalf of the First Lady of Kenya, who really wanted to be with us today, but has sent her remarks, and we're very excited to hear what she has to say. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Professor Donald Bundy, Director of the Global Research Consortium on School Health and Nutrition, Ms. Carmen Burbano, the Director of School-Based Program Division, World Food Program, Mr. Hans Olav, Energy, Climate and Food Security Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway, Dr. Roy Steiner, Food Initiative, Vice President of the Rockefeller Foundation, Mr. Charles North, the Deputy CEO, Global Partnership for Education, Ms. Kerstin Stenhol, Special Envoy of Climate and Environment, Ministry of Foreign Affairs for Finland, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. As has been said, I will be speaking in this forum today with a number of different hats. One is to represent Her Excellency Mama Rachel Ruto, the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, who was supposed to be speaking here today. I'm also the Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Forestry for Kenya. And one of the things that is very critical for this initiative is a whole of government approach to be able to realize the ambitions. And therefore, my ministry will be playing a very critical role. It is therefore an honor to stand before you today. The event is an opportunity for a discourse on the convergence between the future of our planet and the health of our children. Before I continue, receive very warm greetings from the First Lady of the Republic of Kenya, Mama Rachel Ruto. She would have loved to be here today, and I am honored to deliver her speech to you. We gather at a time when the world grapples with the daunting challenges of malnutrition, food insecurity, and environmental degradation that are inextricably linked and demand our immediate collective action. The intersection of food systems, climate change, and child health is not just a matter of policy discussion. It is a pressing reality that impacts millions globally, a reality that calls for transformative solutions and unprecedented collaboration. Our world faces a global nutrition crisis, as highlighted in the comprehensive white paper by the Research Consortium for School Health and Nutrition. This crisis manifests in various forms, from the hunger that plagues vulnerable populations to the obesity epidemic stemming from unhealthy diets. The same food systems that feed us are also contributing to environmental catastrophes, marked by habitat loss, biodiversity depletion, and escalating greenhouse gas emissions. These challenges are most acute in the global south, where the ramifications of climate change intensify the struggle for food security and nutrition, threatening the health and future of our children. Let me share the story of faith. The year was 2017, when the First Lady, Mama Rachel Ruto, then spouse of the Deputy President, joined some friends for a feeding activity at one of the informal settlements in Nairobi. At the venue, the children were asked to line up so they could be served. As the exercise was going on, one of the attendants noticed this little girl, whom she had served just a few minutes before. Her plate gave her away because it had food remains. They were surprised that she was able to finish her food that first. On inquiring whether she had eaten and was coming for a second helping, the little girl answered that she could not eat because she had left her ailing mother and younger brother at home without food. She proceeded to show them the bag where she had put the first serving. They also learned that her name was Faith. Her story touched everyone. The attendant went ahead and served her enough food to take back home to her family. Faith represents many girls and boys in the global south, many of whom miss school as they join their families to look for food through begging and doing manual tasks. This puts our children at many risks, one of which is the risk of sexual assault and early pregnancies. It also means that we are raising a generation that will not have gone through school, yet it is a much needed and in many cases helps to alleviate poverty. A plate of food a day removes the risk of compromising a child's whole life and gives them back the power to determine their future through education. The second story happened in another informal settlement, yet again in Nairobi, when Mama Rachel Ruto and her team visited to introduce the concept of table banking, an economic empowerment platform known as Joyful Women, that enables women and men who were previously financially excluded to save and borrow money from the table and use it to build their enterprises and repay their loans. They observed that there were a lot of children on the streets. When they got to the training venue, they noted that most of the ladies had come with their children, yet it was a school day. Her Excellency and the team learned that the children were not in school because their parents were not able to afford school fees and were also struggling to feed their families. This response reminded Mama Rachel Ruto of Faith, the girl she met the previous year. She felt compelled to take action, and as a result, the Mama Feeding Program was born. Mama Feeding, whose slogan is "Feed a Child, Educate the Future," is a public school feeding program that targets informal settlements and marginalized areas of our country, Kenya. Mama Feeding Program provides 2 nutritious meals a day, porridge at 10 a.m. and a hot meal at lunchtime. This enables learners to stay in school and remain healthy during the school term, further increasing school enrollment and improving overall performance. This compassionate approach now benefits over 10,000 learners, and the goal is to scale up and serve more learners countrywide. In addition, we also hope to find a way of providing meals to the learners when they are on holiday, especially during the long holiday from October through to the beginning of January. Ladies and gentlemen, providing meals to learners at school helps break the cycle of poverty through education. When a child receives at least 1 meal a day, they can concentrate on their studies without enduring the agony of hunger pangs and child labor for survival. Education is indeed a great equalizer with the potential to lift whole communities and generations out of poverty. This program by the World Food Programme and the School Meals Coalition is not only noble, but very timely. When the World Food Programme approached Her Excellency to champion this initiative, as she says, I was more than glad to accept because the request was aligned fully to what I am doing. The initiative would also create a new platform to accelerate our ambition to provide every learner in Kenya with nutritious meals. This program is also aligned to Kenya government commitment to feed learners and ensure they stay in school and get an education. As a nation, we are proud to spearhead an ambitious school meals initiative, the Kenya National School Feeding Program, the program that stands as a beacon of hope and action in these challenging times. Our President, His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, and his government aim to reach a transformative milestone by providing nourishing, climate-smart meals to 10 million children by the year 2030 from the current 2.3 million children. The national government is partnering with the 47 county governments by providing a matching fund for every shilling allocated by a county government for feeding. This has seen a range of school programs initiated across the counties. The Nairobi City County, for example, is building common kitchens that are using near-field technology to ensure 400,000 daily lunches are delivered to learners in 225 learning institutions in the capital city every day. Another county, Murang'a County, is providing enriched porridge to 40,000 early childhood development learners daily, while a third one, the Uasin Gishu County, is providing nutritious milk to 40,000 ECD learners twice a week, to name just but a few. This initiative is more than just a response to hunger. It is a holistic strategy designed as an additional pillar to the foundations of our nation and our children. By ensuring that every child has access to nutritious meals at schools, we are not only addressing immediate nutritional needs, but also building a healthier, more educated, and more resilient future generation. Ladies and gentlemen, the environmental benefits of this initiative are manifold, including reduced food waste, promotion of biodiversity, and conservation of natural resources. Economically, it fosters a more robust, self-sufficient local food economy, creating jobs and sustaining livelihoods. By integrating local supply chains into our school feeding programs, we are opening doors for women farmers and smallholders, enabling them to become key players in the national food system. This approach provides markets for their produce and empowers them with the skills, knowledge, and the resources they need to thrive in a changing climate. These efforts align with a global understanding that empowering women in agriculture leads to more robust and sustainable food systems, as they are often the custodians of biodiversity and champions of nutritional needs in their communities. By prioritizing locally sourced and sustainably produced ingredients, we are reducing the carbon footprint associated with food transportation and storage, which is a significant contributor to global greenhouse gas emissions, as underscored in the white paper. Ladies and gentlemen, through this initiative, Kenya is setting a precedent demonstrating that environmental stewardship and economic empowerment can go together, creating a sustainable future for all. In this pivotal moment, as Kenya strides forward with a bold commitment to our school meals initiative, we extend a call for global cooperation and solidarity. We invite countries around the world to draw inspiration from our efforts and join us in this transformative journey. Our commitment is firm, but the support and core investments from development partners will significantly accelerate our progress and amplify our impact. This is a clarion call for collaboration, a recognition that effective climate action and the creation of sustainable food systems are not solitary endeavors, but collective pursuits. Let us reaffirm the fundamental truth that the integration of food systems with educational and environmental policies is not merely a choice, but an imperative for a sustainable future. The journey we embark upon today, by interweaving these crucial domains, has the power to transform the landscape of global health, education, and environmental stewardship. This holistic approach is our key to unlocking a future where every child thrives in a world that is nourished, educated, and resilient. Our efforts to reimagine school meals, as championed by Kenya and echoed in global dialogues, stands as a testament to what we can achieve when we align our intentions with actions for the greater good. This integration is the cornerstone upon which we can build a world that upholds the values of sustainability, equity, and health for all. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I stand before you with a hope and optimism. I believe that together we have the collective capacity to usher in transformative changes that will echo through the lives of our children and the very fabric of our planet. A future where every child benefits from the bounty of a planet that we are all taking care of. Thanks to our shared vision, commitment, and cooperation, we can, through this, build a world where the health of our children and the health of our planet are seen not as separate challenges, but as interconnected opportunities for growth, prosperity, and sustainability. Thank you all for your kind attention, and God bless you.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister. We will hear from you in a little bit. It's actually very difficult to follow that. I don't really have to add a lot. This is a session that is happening in Education Day at COP28. but it is connected, as Kenya just mentioned, with food system objectives, with health and nutrition objectives, with social protection objectives, hunger reduction objectives. It is a platform for achieving many of the SDGs, many sectoral outcomes in one. And Kenya certainly, as has been demonstrated now, is one of the flagship countries of the School Meals Coalition, part of the 96 countries that have signed up for this. I want to highlight that if you noticed what she just mentioned, we're talking about scale here. We're talking about 10 million children that will be receiving nutritious, climate-friendly, homegrown school meals in Kenya in the near future. We're talking about 418 million children that receive meals around the world today. So this is not a small thing. This is a huge demand for food. This is an enormous platform for healthier diets. And as we'll see in a second from the speaker that will come to the stage with me now, an enormous opportunity for governments all around the world. So please join me in welcoming Professor Donald Bundy from the London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicine. He is also the director of the School Health and Nutrition Research Consortium. Thank you. Thank you. We'll show this in a second. So, this is normally called the Dolman and Carmen show. We've done it a couple of times. We like to talk to each other. And we just heard from Kenya a number of times this mention of this famous white paper, which is what you've just given me. This is the white paper that the minister was referring to, which you have been working on with a number of academics for more than a year and a half now. So, Don, what is this? Where does it come from? Tell us a little bit about the origins of this famous white paper that you are kind of unveiling here today.
So I want to say, first of all, that it's really a living white paper. So although that's the current version, so we've just today uploaded the latest version on the website. We still invite all partners to engage, to update it. It's going to be a living document to try and take forward these very important issues about how we think about school meals in transforming food systems. So the link between food and school meals and food systems really goes back to the discussions around homegrown school feeding. And, you know, it was Africa in 2004 that adopted that as a universal policy. In the intervening years, there's been a great deal of discussion, not just about climate, but about biodiversity and environmental impact, food sovereignty, whose food are people eating. All of those things were issues that came up in discussion, which we felt we needed to look at together as part of this, this analysis. So the research consortium of the School Meals Coalition took on the task of consulting widely on this. And I think at the moment we have 85 organizations that are part of this ongoing discussion. I know there are 160 authors on the current document, and that's not false inclusivity. This is because it's such a broad area of work. It really needs a broad range of expertise. I'm going to call out the name of Silvia Pastorino, who's sitting at the front there, as the pen holder for this great and very difficult group, I'm sure, to work with. But that version is now available on the website, and it's been something of a journey this year. So we've been taking at various stages the document. We took it to Rome initially to the sessions there in June. But it's also been taken to very particular groups. So the Hochenheim Declaration on Nutrition in Germany, that group have specifically considered it. The ECOWAS recent group in Senegal have looked at that. In Latin America and the Caribbean, the WFP organized regional meeting there. So there's been a good deal of discussion around this, and then it was brought to Paris for the annual summit of the School Meals Coalition, which gave us the enthusiasm to bring it to bring it here. I'm trying to emphasize by this that this continues to be a living document, but we have made progress. We have some stories to tell.
Quite a consultative process. So, what are the stories that you have come up with? I know you've mentioned several times this is a living document. I'm sure that as you continue the conversation and continue to get more inputs, these insights will evolve. But for now, what are the main insights that are coming out of the paper, but particularly also, what can governments do? We've heard from Kenya and how they are domesticating a lot of these insights. Give us a kind of a summary of what are the main things that governments can consider when they are looking at scaling up their school meals programs.
So once we really got into the discussion, we realized that governments themselves have an extraordinary opportunity to play a role here. When we look at school meals are about 70% of the world's public feeding. The rest of it is in prisons, in hospitals, and those other areas. So it's the huge majority of public feeding. It's about 420 million children a day. It's an industry worth something like $48 billion per year. 98% of those costs are met from domestic government funds. So this is an extraordinary public opportunity to influence food. And that leads us to recognize two particular opportunities. The first is the one which we characterize about children becoming agents of change. That young children and young people coming to school, receiving a meal at school, but also being in an environment where they're educated. This is the crux of the matter. Yeah. That here we have something where governments can make policy changes that control all of those things. They can have a direct influence on the next generation of our society. And you can imagine that part of that change is to establish dietary preferences which are not only good for the children as they grow up, but also good for the planet. And it's that kind of influence that governments have literally overnight. They hold the levers of those policy changes themselves. So that's the big piece of the change. The second part of it is that if governments make changes on the menus, on the diets, and the demand through schools, it's a $48 billion industry. That can have a big impact on the producers of food. So that's a slower process. This is now demand changing supply, but this can strongly influence how countries, how farmers think about the food they're producing for this purpose, so that we can start to think about influencing the agricultural sector by these public education policy changes.
And if we combine that, as we've just heard from Kenya, to say, okay, we have potential returns on agriculture, we have potential returns on diets and nutrition outcomes in schools. We also have the issue of getting more children into school and the benefits that accrues then to learning and education. We have a platform that is incredibly powerful in terms of the returns. And I think that's one of the things that the Research Consortium has been working on in terms of the massive returns that these programs have because of that multi-sectoriality. Okay, all right, so we're going to expand this conversation a little bit to have others join us here on the stage. And I want to bring back Her Excellency Soipantuya again from Kenya, if she can please join us. I would also like to invite the Special Envoy for Climate and Security from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Norway, Mr. Hans Oleg Ibrek, Dr. Roy Steiner, the Senior Vice President of the Rockefeller Foundation for the Food Initiative, and Charles North, the Deputy CEO of the Global Partnership for Education. If you can all come and join me here. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you. welcome. Welcome again, Minister. It's a pleasure to see you again. And this time, I think we're also eager to hear from you as the Minister, really what your thoughts are on this. We've heard a little bit more about the consortium's white paper and some of the findings that they're bringing here today. And you've presented from the speech that we just heard this really impressive scale-up plan that Kenya has put forward. Reaching 10 million children in little less than 8 years is quite an ambitious program, and we really salute this. Tell us a little bit more about this climate-friendly approach that Kenya has adopted. What are you planning to do?
Thank you very much. First of all is to say that as a country, we have our bigger climate action plan. We have our ambitions, our targets set out. One of which is a target to reduce our emissions by 32% by 2030 and to hit net zero by 2050. And that comes with a lot of interventions. This school feeding program, and also to say that Kenya has publicly endorsed the white paper, and it's very encouraging to see how responsive the white paper is to Kenya's own school feeding program from many fronts. And the scaling up option is really what is needed at the moment for Kenya. And the other very critical thing, in addition to us setting out our climate action ambitions, is that the domestic commitment becomes very important, even before you extend to seeking support from partners. And that is why Kenya has deliberately even increased its budget from $15 million to this year moving it to $40 million. And that is a demonstration of commitment and underscores the importance of this initiative. The other very critical aspect for Kenya as we look into scaling up is the amount of value chains that are created by this initiative to smallholder farmers. And this speaks right into the heart of our plan as a government, which is the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which really targets the very low people at the lower cadre of the pyramid. Mm-hmm. It is a poverty alleviation initiative, like has been said, again, by deliberately designing a strategy geared towards reducing the carbon footprints of the school feeding program, speaks to the mitigation and adaptation aspects of our climate action, and most importantly, that economic empowerment it creates to individuals in Kenya. Again, from our own strategy, scaling up from the current 2.3 to 10 million in the long run, and actually we are targeting and pushing to ensure that by 2024, we hit 4 million from the current 2.3. And
so there's a roadmap, there's a plan.
There's a roadmap, there's a strategy, and in there again is the homegrown plan, where then we create sustainable value chains for communities, for smallholder groups, and it is a full circle of a strategy.
Yeah, as we were saying, it's really a platform of several sectors that really come together for this investment to happen. And I have to say the scale and the ambition of the roadmap that Kenya has put together is really admirable. And when we were thinking about putting together this event, we really thought, how can we demonstrate the ambition of countries and that you represent very, very specifically here. This panel is about how can then several partners that you see here in this panel join together to support a government like Kenya that has decided to make a lot of the insights that come out of the white paper a reality. Because we all know that it's not going to be easy, right? It is one thing to have plans in place and in writing. Another thing is to make all of these things happen, to get all the sectors around the table, to get all the investments from the right places, to get the technical assistance that's required. It is going to be a long road, but we wanted to first to say to you, Kenya is not alone, and you'll hear from the partners around this imaginary table, that there's a lot of enthusiasm of supporting Kenya. And one of the things that we didn't hear from Professor Bundy, because we're running out of time, is that part of what the efforts of the research community with the white paper is helping countries like Kenya domesticate the insights that are coming out from the analysis. So this is really an evidence-based approach that's coming out of academia, but that is directly meant to feed into decisions by countries and then guiding the investments of partners. So we go to Roy Steiner from the Rockefeller Foundation, one of our most important strategic partners, really visionary partner with us along this route. Roy, you've been with us, but also with the government of Kenya through this dream of really making these programs climate-friendly, engines of food system transformation, and a platform truly for development. Can you tell us a little bit about why the Rockefeller Foundation is part of this effort and part of the coalition?
Sure. What I'll talk about is some of the innovation that's really exciting us. I mean, to be able to feed hundreds or more millions and more children is such an extraordinary goal. And we're seeing, I wanted to share 4 innovations that I think are really going to have a real impact. One of them is in Rwanda, where we worked with the WFP and the government of Rwanda to shift from refined grain to whole grain and school feeding. And most people don't realize that when you refine grain, you lose 20 to 30% of the volume and 90% of the nutrition. And 30 years ago, that made sense because refined grain had a shelf life of 6 to 12 months. Now we have, and whole grain only had a 4-week shelf life. We now have technology that enables whole grains to have much longer shelf lives, 6 months plus. And so suddenly we can save all that land, 20 to 30% of the land, improve nutrition, and it's budget neutral. It doesn't cost the government any extra money. So the school meals is such an amazing way to kind of drive demand, create innovative new products, and change the taste buds of the country. So that's one innovation. The second, I think, is Kenya. I mean, when you think about Kenya and 10 million children, that's 20% of the population. That's a massive demand for new products. And we're very excited. You know, another area that we're really working on is regenerative agriculture, and that requires diverse products. But farmers are not going to grow diverse products if there isn't a market. And school meals provide an amazing market that can really help shift the food system to be more planet friendly. And so one example in Kenya is creating a market for millets and other drought-tolerant crops that can replace rice in many cases, which is often imported and very expensive. So that's one wonderful, and the menu engineering that's possible that then has a real nutrition and climate impact. The other is one of my favorite is e-cooking, which is mentioned in Don's and Sylvia's report. And my favorite is pressure cookers, because not only do they cut the time of cooking by 50 to 70%, it actually makes the food more nutritious because it unlocks, it prevents some of the anti-nutrient qualities to be there and unlocks and creates bioavailability. So if you can get pressure cookers in, you have this multiple benefits. And one study I saw is that large schools can deforest up to 50 acres a year in Kenya and other countries. So just by shifting to e-cooking, you have this incredible impact on the environment. And that can translate over many countries into millions of acres, preventing that deforestation. And then finally, all of this takes money. We need innovation around financing, and the Sustainable Financing Initiative, et cetera, are working on that. The 2 areas that I'm quite interested in is debt swaps for school meals that creates more fiscal space, but also potentially taxing, unhealthy foods and taking that money and putting that directly towards school meals. And I think you can justify that politically, because without creating fiscal space, it's going to be very, very difficult for governments to reach these incredibly important goals. So with that, I'll stop and hand it back to you, Carmen.
Thank you so much for that, Roy. And I think a lot of that is exemplified very much by the goals that the Kenyan government has set in terms of all of those potential gains that could be had by the scale up of the program, and then some of the tweaks that you're talking about. I want to mention, you heard from one of the initiatives of the coalition, the School Health and Nutrition Research Consortium, but in the audience here also is Dr. Lisbeth Stier. She is the director of the Sustainable Financing Initiative, which Roy just mentioned, the importance of helping countries to really look at solutions for their fiscal space, domestic resource mobilization, but also working with donors and partners to expand the kind of financing that governments can have to really transform their food systems and their social safety nets like school meals in the ambition that Kenya is representing here today. So talking about that, here to my right, we have Norway. Mr. Ibrik, thank you so much for joining us. You're the Special Envoy for Climate and Security from the Norwegian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And Norway, very much in the same spirit as the Rockefeller Foundation and many others, has been in the kind of the leading, cutting edge of this exploration of homegrown school feeding, local value chains, and really localizing the purchase of the food, making it more nutritious, but also more sustainable. Tell us about what Norway's vision of this is. You've been a big investor in this area.
Thank you very much, Carmen, and thanks to you and your team for putting this event together. It's a great preparation. So if we all look up, it says unite, act, deliver. And I think actually Kenya, you added at scale. Mm-hmm. And to me, that is actually the key word here. We are united and we have to act and we have to deliver at scale. And I would really like to commend Kenya's leadership. It's really impressive what the minister outlined to us. I'm a father of two. They are now grown-ups, but every morning I had to prepare a lunch bag to them. So that was basically my task. So I know, and we had to prepare sandwiches because that's a typical Norwegian school lunch. So I know what we had to do. And of course, my kids are the lucky ones because we had food, and most children in developing countries don't get a meal during their school day, even though we heard impressive numbers that the World Food Program now is providing. So, of course, this affects their ability to learn, and we've heard this. So why is this issue so important for us? My minister's key priority is food systems, food security, and also education. And, of course, this is a combination then of focus on food systems as well as education. School meal programs is, of course, a tool to address hunger and malnutrition. And it also can help us to provide climate-smart agriculture and also provide a market for small-scale farmers. Another topic that I would like to highlight is that it can also help to attract children to pursue an education in agriculture. I myself was born and raised at an agriculture vocational, so I spent 20 years at an agriculture vocational without a degree because I went somewhere else. But I think it's really important that children get exposed to working in agriculture and also pursuing agriculture education. So what is Norway doing? We've been supporting many countries, and World Food Program is our key partners in doing so. Some examples, we support World Food Program's program in Ethiopia, Malawi, and Niger. And this demonstrates also our commitment to this cause. We are also supporting activities then that aimed at providing sustainable school meals and also clean cooking. And just to build on my colleague's comment on the importance of providing clean sources of cooking, of course, based on renewable sources. We're also supporting research and evidence, and I think that's really important that we underpin our agenda with high-quality research. So we support the World Food Program's work on evidence generation and also impact evaluation. We're also supporting the Research Consortium, again a key initiative of the School Meals Coalition. And I would like to end with just again commending Kenya for the great work and the white paper that the professor introduced to us. I think it's really impressive what you've been doing, and I think that's an example for many countries, and Norway stands ready to support your efforts in this area. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. So we've heard, and I do want to point this out because it is becoming kind of a trademark of everything that is school meals and the School Meals Coalition, that we have in this panel representatives of the climate and environment sector, representatives of the food and food systems, food security sector, and now my next speaker is the representative of the education sector. So this is very much a platform for action around multiple objectives. And sometimes people say, what is the big deal with school meals? Why are you talking so much about this thing? It's just meals in school. Well, it actually isn't just meals in school, and that's what Kenya is telling us. Roy, thank you so much. Charles, thank you so much for joining us here from the Global Partnership for Education. Another really important partner, this time from the education sector. You have been also a strategic partner in the coalition. And what are you doing about this? Why is this topic important for GPE?
Thank you, Carmen. I think where we start from is that there's an education crisis. When 7 out of 10 10-year-olds are unable to read a simple text in low and lower middle income countries, that is a crisis. At the same time, as we're all here this week for COP28, we know that there is a climate crisis, which is also undermining learning around the world, frankly, but frankly in the most vulnerable countries and communities in particular. And then you think about the children coming to school, often vulnerable children, such as the ones we heard from Her Excellency, who are coming hungry and malnourished. And it's very hard to learn when you're hungry and malnourished. So we've got a series of crises here, and it just tells us that we need to look at these as interconnected challenges that cry out for an out of the box, or if you will, out of the silo thinking. So with that, we have school meals, the largest social safety net in the world, that enables us to simultaneously tackle the education and learning crisis, the climate crisis, and the transformation of food systems. So I'm very proud to share that GPE is working in close partnership with the World Food Program to design a new initiative to reinforce national capacity to deliver on this potential. It's called the School Nutrition Technical Assistance Facility. The facility will strengthen countries' capacity to achieve increasingly sustainable, gender-responsive, and nationally owned school meal programs, providing school children with safe, diverse, nutritious foods that are locally produced. It will facilitate countries' access to the resources, partnerships, and tools available in the entire School Meals Coalition ecosystem. Specifically, this initiative, working with WFP and members of the School Meals Coalition, will provide capacity support to reinforce government leadership to achieve 4 things. First, that countries will have in place sustainable financing to implement school meal policies and programs. Second, that countries will have improved policy and legal frameworks for the governance of their national school meal programs. Third, that countries are ultimately able to improve implementation of locally grown and purchased school meal programs with strong multi-sectoral coordination, complementary activities across ministries, and clear monitoring. And finally, our initiative will strengthen the evidence and exchange between countries on their experiences consolidating, expanding their national school meal programs. So we aim to start small with an initial pilot program to reinforce the government of Kenya's pioneering vision. However, our ambition doesn't stop there. We seek to expand this facility to reach all of GPE's partner countries, and we have 90 in the partnership, all of them that want this kind of support. And frankly, we invite everyone to work with us to make this happen. So effective school meal programs can help to get us closer to addressing the learning, the climate, and the hunger crises all at one time. This is a powerful investment for our children our planet and our future. So it's great to be working with all of you.
Thank you so much for that. And I just want to mention that this is the first time that GPE has announced that this is, the pilot is going to happen in Kenya. So it was also very important for us to announce that here in COP28, that really, as I mentioned, we are surrounding Kenya with support to really make the reality this ambitious scale up that the government has put in place. This is a typical approach of what you've heard in terms of the School Meals Coalition. Governments that are putting in place really robust and ambitious commitments and targets. Many of them are really ambitious. Kenya is an example, you've seen that, but I also want to mention we have the government of Rwanda, the government of Bangladesh, the government of Benin, government of Nepal. At presidential level, prime ministers and presidents and ministers of education, of agriculture are coming together to say we want to scale up our programs and reach universal coverage by 2030 and sometimes even sooner than that. And so I think that's one of the messages of this conversation, that it is at scale. So we're not talking about very small little projects here and there. We're talking about reaching 20-30% of a population of a country with a national policy such as this one. We're talking about education outcomes. We're talking about food system outcomes, climate outcomes, social protection outcomes, nutrition and diet outcomes, all in one investment, which is why governments are making such big commitments to this topic. But obviously, part of what we've seen here today is that it's not easy, and it's not a given that this potential will actually become a reality. And so access to financing from the different sectors, as has been illustrated here today, but also the technical assistance that needs to happen to bring the kind of know-how, the kind of best practices, the research, the evidence to inform some of these decisions as governments move forward is going to be super important, including helping them to think through some of the fiscal space issues that we've discussed. These are the challenges that are in front of us. I think we have leaders such as President Ruto, the First Lady of Kenya, the ministers of Kenya that are showing us the way, and many other countries that I think are following in your footsteps, and it's going to be very exciting to see how this develops. We hope that we will meet 2 years from now in COP30 in Brazil, hosted by the government of Brazil, who is also a co-chair of the School Meals Coalition, to see where you are in Kenya and also in many other countries. I want to thank the panelists that have joined me here today. And to close this really important panel, I want to invite Ms. Kirsten Stendahl, the Special Envoy for Climate and Environment of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Finland, a co-chair of the School Meals Coalition. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is, of course, a great privilege for me to join you here today on behalf of the Finnish government and deliver these closing words. This has been an extremely dynamic and truly important event. I would like to thank the World Food Programme. I would like to thank you, Carmen, and your team at the Coalition Secretariat for organizing this event. I would like to thank our host, the United Arab Emirates, for prioritizing food systems in the COP28 agenda. And of course, a particularly special thank you to Kenya for taking such an inspiring step and setting a model for others on how school meals can be key in both food system transformation and climate action. Finland has been a co-chair of the Global School Meals Coalition since its inception in 2021, together with France and more recently with Brazil. The first ministerial meeting of the School Meals Coalition took place in Helsinki in Finland in 2022. Finland remains committed to continue our high-level political, financial and technical support to the coalition. In addition to being the co-chair, our Minister for Foreign Trade and Development, Mr. Ville Tavio, is also the School Meals Coalition champion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are delighted to see the coalition grow in membership and partnerships. Our event here today highlights how the coalition is not just about high-level dialogue, but also about concretely supporting countries and partners to come together and move forward to achieve the goals of the coalition. The research consortium is a valuable asset for the coalition. The insightful presentation and discussions on the white paper here today highlights this clearly. I also found the panel discussion extremely rich and inspiring. We heard the discussion on financing for school meals, and indeed, we do need innovative solutions. We should also increasingly look at ways in which the private sector can be brought into our work. We need partnerships across the board. The panel also touched upon market-based incentives, sustainable financing, and ways in which we can change food habits to be less damaging to our climate and the environment. Here, developing capacity in administrations at the local level can lead to sustainable solutions. Building a more resilient world requires policies that tackle several challenges at once. The school meal programs are fantastic system-level solutions with broad, positive, multifaceted ways of creating change. They produce high returns in terms of education, results, gender equality, health, social protection, and agricultural and economic development. And as we have heard today, they aid us in combating climate change and supporting climate action and biodiversity protection. In Finland, we have our own strong and long experience of the benefits of school meals. In the beginning of the 20th century, Finland was a poor country where 40% of 15-year-olds did not know how to read. In 1943, Finland was the first country in the world to provide free school meals. We did so in the middle of a devastating war and as recipients of foreign humanitarian aid. School meals were a transformative social innovation of their time, and they are a key part of the Finnish welfare success story. Against this backdrop, we feel very privileged to be working with you on this important issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. I think this concludes the event. Thank you for coming. Thank you for those watching online. We wish all the countries that are not part of the coalition that might be listening here today, please join us. Partners that haven't signed, also please join us. Lots of work to do for Kenya and other countries. See you next year. Bye-bye.